Are we being recorded?
Recording in progress.
All right, I'd like to call to order the Provo Municipal Council Development and Developmental Agency of Provo work session agenda. It is 12:37, Tuesday, August 23rd, 2023. I'd like to recognize we have staff, and then we have Wayne Parker, and we have Councillor Travis Hoban, and Councillor Shannon Ellsworth, and Councillor Rachel Whipple, and myself, Catrice McKay, and Councillor George Hanley. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask any questions, unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. When speaking, please be sure to use a microphone so that the record is clear and those attending virtually can hear you. Please also be sure to limit side conversations as they interfere with the audio recording. If you need to have a side conversation, please step out of the work meeting room. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes. June 6, 2023 council meeting, June 18, 2023 work meeting, August 1st, 2023 work meeting, and the August 8th, 2023 truth and taxation. Are there any objections? All right, then we will approve the minutes by unanimous consent. Okay, we are going to start our first item of business. An ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 6.9 acres of real property generally located at 3155 West Center Street from A1 agricultural to AI airport industrial. This is the Provo Bay Neighborhood and presented by Aaron Ardmore, our planning supervisor.
Okay, thank you. So this request is on your agenda tonight. So it's a rezone for this. The majority of the little island between Lakeland Parkway and Lakeshore Drive. The property currently used as agricultural land, and then there's landscape material on the north end of it, retail. Here's some current conditions. So the request is to zone it from the A1 to the airport industrial, which is compliant with general plan designation. There's a concept of what could be built there. This concept shows about 100,000 square foot of spec warehouse space. Planning Commission reviewed this and they recommend approval 6-0. The only neighborhood concern that this had was from the senior care living center to the north. Just wanted to make sure that traffic concerns were addressed when they come out for rebuttal. Are there any questions?
So has the Agricultural Commission looked at this or said anything about it?
Yes. Oh no, not on this one. Not on this one. We didn't get anything like that.
Is there a process to get their input? Do you let them know there's an ag property that's looking to be rezoned, or you just they notice it and come to you?
We've reached out to them in the past when it's been somewhat controversial zone change. On this one, we thought because the general plan calls for airport industrial uses or related uses here, that everybody kind of knew where this one was headed. So we didn't specifically reach out to them.
Thank you.
So that whole section there, kind of, we'll call it the island in between those roads. That's all going to be warehouse, I guess, in the end, like airport warehouse, or.
This would the general plan would have to be.
Yeah.
The two property owners to the west, like the red box there, did show that they wanted to participate in the zone change at this time. But eventually that would be was assumed would happen.
And what about to the west of that? Is that also
airport industrial? So south of Center Street and west of Lakeview, all or industrial or the uses.
Thanks.
Aaron, I'm just curious about the process. Like, I watched the Planning Commission. This is a concept,
right?
So, do they have to get approval of what they end up doing, or does that just they can automatically do whatever fits in that zone?
So they'll have to come back for if the zone change is approved. They'll have to come back for the full project time set. They'll have to meet all the zone requirements, and then we'll go through staff and that.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Aaron? All right, thanks.
Just a quick question in terms of location. How far is this from the Turley property that we just looked at?
So Turley is on 2075.
Okay.
So
A mile.
a little bit further.
or farther to the west?
Further to the west from Turley.
Yeah, along
Okay,
A mile west.
Maybe.
Thank you. Okay, we'd like to recognize that we've been joined by Bill Fillmore and Dave Shipley. Okay, second, an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding communication towers and antennas. This is citywide and presented by Dustin Wright.
Okay, thank you. So this item is one that staff has prepared, text amendment. We've done so in responding to some issues we've seen in the recent past with some cell tower issues that have come up. So we wanted to kind of tighten up the code language to help with that. So staff has brought this to the planning commission. The planning commission has forwarded positive recommendation for the city council to consider this item. Essentially, it's kind of three parts that we're looking at. One would be to bring it into compliance with federal requirements that cities approve cell towers that have minor changes to existing ones that aren't substantial, so that those would just go through as a building permit instead of going through the whole conditional use permit process. The second part of it would be to give the planning commission the ability to approve an alternate location on a site for where the cell tower could go, bringing it, I think 1.25, the height of the tower closer to where it could go instead of right now. It's twice the height of the tower. Setback of the tower has to be twice the height of the tower. This would allow for them to approve something where it's 1.25 times the height of the tower setback. As long as they meet some conditions that we put into this text as well. And then the third part of it was to address the situation that came up as far as when it gets approved, if there's a modification where they want to move it based off of something that maybe comes up down the road, the language in the code proposing would make it so they come back to the commission and show where that location is so that it's clear and that gets approved. So that's kind of what this amendment is. It's just kind of tightening up some of those components that we've seen and help provide some clarity and flexibility for the planning commission.
Great, thanks so much, Dustin. Any questions for Dustin? We will be voting on this tonight. Councilman.
Are there any unforeseen challenges that might come from reducing that setback? Because I'm sure the setback was originally put in there in order to ensure that they're not too close, right, to residential or somebody's house or whatever it might be, or another property. So is there no concern around, I get that we're making this change because there was a certain situation where, you know, the tower had to be in this specific spot, and that ended up being less ideal for certain homeowners in the area, and would have been nice to have a little more flexibility to be able to move that. But then there's possibly like second order effects of like, well, now we can put towers closer to people's houses all around, right? So my concern is we're solving one problem, maybe creating another that might actually be worse in the end. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I think the allowing it to come closer to provide that flexibility, but still maintaining enough distance from the tower to ever fall down that it wouldn't fall down onto an adjacent property. So making sure that it's set back far enough so that wouldn't happen. That's something that we looked at. I think the other components as far as how the code gives the planning commission flexibility to make a more educated decision based on each property's individual characteristics, and you kind of take all that surrounding property and everything into their decision. They'll look at things that might be concerning, say we can go closer, but we don't have to go that close. It just gives them that flexibility, but they can still choose to not go that close if they first saw some type of issue. But other than tipping over, I haven't really heard or seen any additional issues other than with anything that's has a height, views and things like that might come up. But I think those are things that they're going to be considering and say, maybe it makes more sense to move it to this other location so that a view is blocked by a neighbor. That's what we're trying to help have that flexibility.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Dustin.
Thanks.
All right, number 3. An update from Municipal Council regarding the improvements on Center Street in downtown Provo and associated construction. And this will be presented by Gordon Haight, our city engineer, and Vern Kessler, our city traffic manager.
Thank you. So about a year and a half ago, I was hired by the city. The city had just wrapped up getting recommendations from TMAC and the Planning Commission on changes they wanted to see on Center Street. So a year and a half later, here we are today making some of those changes. And so what we're doing is this last July, the city council approved $250,000 to do some changes to Center Street. And so those changes that we're implementing are, we're going to add 2 additional areas where we can allow dining out on the corners. We're going to pave the rest of the vegetation. We're also going to pave a section of the road where the asphalt is really torn up between University and Freedom. I don't know if you've seen that. There was a discussion about having a 3-on-3 basketball champion, and Quinn met with us and said, man, this road is beat up. We really need it flat and smooth. So we put it in our overlay as part of this project. And then we're the big elements are we're taking 2 mid-block crossings and we're going to create 2 pedestrian tables that are intended to slow down the traffic and make it a little bit better project. So the things that we're doing, I think, have come out from the city council. We're also going to have some lighting. We're going to have some trail lanes. There's some signage, some other things we're going to do to try to really enhance the safety for pedestrians in the downtown. But the key that we want to go over today was the traffic control. I think everybody's excited about the improvements. It's just getting them done that creates the impact. So we want you to know that we work very closely with Quinn, the downtown. Brands has been great, knocking on every door of the businesses. We have put out a bunch of information, talking to them. We've had the variable message signs that are out. We're going to be changing those up today, telling people that businesses on Center Street are open during construction. We're going to be doing a lot of things to kind of promote and keep the area going well. Vern and his group is looking at the detours to make sure that day to day we're changing the timing on the signal so that as we see the traffic patterns changing all the time that we're keeping up with it. We're looking at any other details that we need to do to help accommodate both the traffic that's passing by as well as the businesses that are working and people want to visit. So let me go quickly. This is specifically the traffic control, but we're going to answer any of the questions that you have. So do I have the control?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. So this is the section where we're doing the overlay and milling. This has already started. So on Friday, they're going to be going through and breaking out all the manhole and valve concrete collars, lowering them so that they can come in and grind that. And that should be taking place over the next 2 weeks. We'll be grinding and overlaying this whole section. What this will have, it will be one lane in each direction will be closed at different times as they're doing this work. Each day we do an updated schedule as we see how much work they got done the previous day or any changes. We're finding some interesting things. We found a brand new metal pipe we didn't know existed. We think it's power, but we're discovering a lot of archaeological aspects to that road. And so there's a lot of investigation that sometimes slows down a little bit as we're going through this. So we're uncovering the history of Center Street. Like I said, this started on the 20th and it'll be going and be finally when they raise all the manholes back up and the collars, that will be about the 17th of September. This section will be wrapped up for the mill and overlay. The outside dining, these are the two corners that we're going to be putting in concrete, and we're working on a revocable permit ordinance licensing that we're going to use to make it easy and simple for businesses to come out and put some street furniture, a little fence, and manage that. And so we'll be seeing how that goes. It's been something that I think we all like to do, to see a more vibrant, exciting downtown. Then the exciting part.
Is that different than what you've done with Gurus?
This is the same. So we're just,
Okay,
yeah, so it's the same thing.
okay, thanks.
And we intend to do more, but this project, this is the project that we pointed out. So you can see at 450 West and then 50th West, we're going to be coming back, removing sidewalks so that we can catch grade, bringing the elevated crosswalks through. We have to bring the ramps up. These are designed so that if you go 50 miles an hour over these ramps, it'll be comfortable. If you go faster than that, it'll be less than comfortable. If you go a lot faster, it'll be a lot uncomfortable. So that's the intent. Along the inside lanes on each side, we're going to put the Sharrow markings for the bikes to really emphasize that we're trying to make this a multiple transit friendly area to go through. And so when these happen, there's going to be a closure on the block for about a week and a half in order to excavate, form everything, pour the cement, and cure it. So those are going to be the times where we're going to feel the most impact as we detour around these. And so as we're doing all these different detours, whether there's a road closure, it's a lane closure, we're going to see different traffic patterns. And that's why first team's critical to watch that. We're, in fact, in the information we've given out, Dave Nicholson's personal phone number so that people, the store owners, can get right to him. They're not talking to a contractor, talking to a city employee. We have birds on there so they can burn and talk to him so that we can stay right on top of the changes, because we know how impactful this traffic control element is. You can see the dates down here. We left a gap in there because there's a car show coming. And so we're going to take all the traffic off. There'll be a road closure through here for the car show. It will be us, but that's the kind of thing we want to see in this area. So we want to make sure we're accommodating the downtown on these kind of events. The next slide just kind of shows you, as we do the construction area, kind of the detour that we're looking at. And again, these packets are being put out by Joseph and yes.
Councilor Hanley has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Just a question about the detour. I mean, we've talked, I know that part of this was needing more traffic to go on First North, right? So is this going to be, I don't remember what we decided when we, because I remember we looked at the different financial packages of what could be done with Center Street. And part of it was we really do need more traffic going on First North out through the highway rather than always taking Center. Is that going to, is that going to happen with this, or is it going to be just a slight diversion of traffic or a very, very temporary one? Or do you think this will be part of a learned experience where people will say, you know, First North is actually pretty wide and it flows really, I mean, there's hardly anyone on that street. I mean, I know you still have to jog around, but it still seems like even now it's a better option.
So we're going to try to make that a real comfortable option for people to get out there. And we're hoping that they do it all the way from 5th West and choose to do it. Our intent is, if you want to be pass-through traffic, take that road. If you're going to use the businesses on Center Street, we want it to be comfortable to go up Center Street. So this is going to be short-lived just during the construction project. We'll teach people what's going on over there. And hopefully as they see these raised medians, and hopefully you see the Sharrows, the things that we're trying to implement, it becomes more pedestrian friendly. It invites a different kind of environment. And hopefully we start seeing a volunteer aspect of going. Now, this project does not include any of the, any physical construction elements to start diverting traffic that way. It's more of just for this project, and then it'll be going back to, we'll clear it back to the way it was, except for the elements that I talked about.
I mean, would it make sense that, I guess unless it was like a local traffic only sign or something like that, where we actually probably declare this, you know, a requirement that they'll only go down Center Street if you're doing local traffic, but is there some way to put signage that encourages? Or you're just saying our hope is at this point that
No, so
figure out that it's not very convenient.
this is a, I don't want to use the word experimental. This is a small piece of a really big project we've looked at. And to do the bigger piece that really changes the dynamics of the traffic flow in our downtown, we would need to look at a much bigger project. Right now, we're putting what we think for a nominal amount of money, the right things that help people distinguish that this is a pedestrian area, that this is a linear park that we call it. And this is something that we want to treat a little bit different than some of these other streets. So we're doing this through subliminal messaging, not really aggressive. Okay. So those methods exist. We're not doing any of those things. And that's your question.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know that this traffic is going to be a little bit painful for the traveling public, but we're going to do all we can to make it very functional to use these side streets and look at alternatives that maybe they turn out to be the permanent if they're doing pass-through traffic. So just kind of, again, the need to work from City Hall, what we're anticipating. We have people observing from these windows every day, whether we're doing right or wrong. So we're getting constant good feedback and updates, both from the public and from the what was that was my presentation. Oh, and then that has the information we're talking about, and on the bottom it has phone numbers of staff. So.
Thank you, Gordon. I love that you provided phone numbers and made easy access for people.
And real names.
That's one of the most annoying things is when you can't get the right person. Any questions for Gordon?
Yes.
Ooh, Shannon Outward.
Yes. Thank you for this presentation. So I've never had near-death experiences in Provo except for on Center Street. And it is indeed like multiple near-death experiences as a pedestrian. And it was maybe a month or two ago. I brought my 4-year-old nephew downtown and we went to the bookstore and he picked out a book about horses, a Pioneer book. And then we went and got a pastry and then we walked back over here and he got a sticker from the police department. And it was out here on one of these crosswalks where a motorist almost hit he and I, which is the 3rd time or 4th time that I've almost been hit. Hopefully the first and last time he's almost been hit. But so my question is, when do we expand this? When do we move this down closer to City Hall and throughout Center Street?
So we did, after the city adopted the 31 ideas that came from the DMAC and the Planning Commission, we looked at what it would take to do a really comprehensive plan for Center Street. And we came up with pricing, and there's a lot of positive things that need to be done for this. For example, we anticipate that there's going to be some redevelopment on Center Street. But we have aging infrastructure, water, sewer, storm drain. There's no way we're going to be able to accommodate the kind of growth that we think will happen in redevelopment. And so there needs to be looking at the utilities, the roads, how the sidewalks are. There was even discussion to bring it down to 1 lane of traffic and really making it so that the public or the businesses come out into the sidewalks, do a lot of things. So we have a plan to do that. The price tag was between $8 to $10 million. And if we did something like that, there would be a lot more envisioning. We involve Bill's not here, but the planning group, you know, what do we want? Economic development, saw those guys there, and Frank's still here, so he can listen to. But, you know, we would involve, how do we really make this a vibrant downtown, talk to the public, the businesses. And at that point, I think you're really addressing the cut through bypass traffic versus the there. So I think that's another discussion for another day, but we probably could have that anytime that we feel like we want to do something like that. But this is experimental, see what we do with this, and if this is exciting once we're done with this project, I think we will find people are going to comment that this is a good thing, and they're going to say just what you did. Why don't we do the rest when we are? So those are some questions that we'll have the rest of it, kind of budgetary ones.
So it's extraordinarily difficult to go 15 miles an hour on any four-lane street like that. It's just hard. I mean, I don't go 15 miles an hour on my bike on that street. Yes, I know. I'm speeding on my bike. And then people are still harassing me for being on my bike on the street. I'm really glad that we're putting sharrows on there, because those are appropriate on streets that are less than like 25 or 20 miles an hour, which this should be. And bikes aren't allowed on sidewalks right there. And so that way everyone is clear that this is actually where we're supposed to be when we're traveling on the road. I was wondering about signage for I-15. So whenever I'm in downtown Salt Lake, there are all these signs telling you how to get over to I-15 from different places. We don't have those from University really going over, but it seems like that's how you could help to redirect some of that freeway traffic. If you do it at First North, Third South, and not Center Street. Have we considered doing any of that, or is that something that we work on with UDOT?
I think we want to do some changes at the intersection of Fifth and Center before we started. We've looked at some opportunities of what we would change some of the big dual Fs and do some things that would really direct the traffic to where we want to. So those are some big deals. We've talked to UDOT, but I think before you could go change, saying your turn off on Center Street to go to one of these other routes, we probably need to actually physically start to have a plan to make those physical changes. Right now, we're trying to get UDOT just to put the airport center, but we are working on those kinds of things.
Okay. Yeah, well, thank you. I'm really excited about this. And I like your sites for our first two pedestrian tables kind of on either end of this stretch that's super important. I think that'll be really helpful.
So yeah, Dave Nicholson did a lot of that pre-work, and then we had Vern come in and help us with picking up the bikes and so forth. So everybody's been a big player in making this come together. So
all right, thank you. Any other questions for Gordon? Okay, thanks, Gordon. I would like to recognize we've been joined by the Mayor, Michelle Capusi, and Isaac Paxson. All right, number 4, presentation regarding the annual fraud risk assessment. And this will be presented by John Borget, our Administrative Services Director.
Thank you, Chairman Day, and it's a pleasure to come talk to you a little about our fraud risk assessment. Let me give you a little bit of background on the fraud risk assessment. A number of years ago, I think it's been about 4 years ago, the state auditor's office was concerned about the possibility of fraud in governmental entities, and so they came up with this assessment that they asked all of the municipalities and governmental entities to go through it and conduct a review on an annual basis. And what it does is it basically gives you a score, and based on how you went through the process, it determines whether you're in a position where you have a high risk of fraud occurring, even a very high or a moderate low or very low. So we go through and do this each year, and one of the requirements is that we go through, number one, that we go through and conduct the study, and then number 2, that we come and present that to the governing body to go through. And so a lot of the questions on here have to do with things that we have in place before, but I'll just kind of go through and talk high level about a few of the things. The first thing that's there is, has to do with separation of duties. And one of the fortunate things that we have with City of Provo is that we are large enough that we have, different functions that different people do, and we have gone through and tried to do everything we can to make sure that we have separation of duties so that you're not actually taking cash and recording cash or dealing with accounts payable and other processes. And so it's interesting that they gave a score of either 0 or 200. And so you, in order to meet that, you really need to be able to say that you've done all of them accurately. And so we've gone through and done that. There was one item, you can either say yes or no, or you can say that you have some mitigating circumstances. Ours were all a yes, with one exception. And the one exception was, had to do with our people who are able to collect cash or check payments different from the people who are able to adjust customer accounts. In this situation, we have one area in the city where we have reports that have been created so that we can go in and actually review those reports to make sure that there's no situations where accounts have been adjusted that shouldn't have been adjusted. And so by having that mitigating control, we still feel like the control in place, we're in a good place. But as far as the actual other items, I would touch base on a couple things I would mention. We do have a number of things that have been in place for years, for example, conflict of interest, procurement policy, ethical behavior policy, reporting on fraud and abuse, travel, and other areas. So those were all doing, we had before and we have as well this year. A couple things that I want to mention specifically have the governing bodies completed their specific training, and I would just mention that all of the council members have, and give you kudos for doing that. They're required to do it every 4 years, and it's support training that I would just appreciate and let the council know that I appreciate them for doing that and taking care of that. Also talks about a fraud hotline, and it does work. We haven't to this point had a situation where we actually had fraud that was reported within the city, but and it comes to the audit committee as well. I get a copy of it as well. And most of the time this fraud is happening somewhere outside the city, but it's nice to know that it works. We have the ability to report fraud on our provocity.org, as well as on our employee intranet site, on home.provo.org. And so that way, if employees are aware of fraud, they can report it, as well as a resident or someone that works with the city from the outside. The next question that talks about was, does the city have a formal internal audit function? And I would just mention that we had, or we kind of do. But what happened was we had an internal auditor that would do on an annual basis. They would come in and perform an audit in the specific area. That individual got a job working for a county, and the county didn't want them doing that anymore. And so we had the challenge, and the committee, as well as Justin, was working on finding a different auditor in RFP. There was a number of discussions, but to this date, we haven't selected an auditor. And so what I did is the ideal situation is you would have a full-time employee or a full-time department, and that's all they do is audit. And so when we were having these annual audits, I gave us a score of 10 out of 20. And because we're in the process and still trying to select an internal auditor, I dropped that down to a 5. So a little bit lower score. Like to see, hopefully, if we can select one and get that happening. And so I gave us a little bit lower score on that, a 5 versus a 10. And then also our audit committee, we did meet this past year on the 27th and the 12th. The committee met on the 27th of September and the 12th of December. And I know that anyway, I did give us just a little bit lower score of 15 out of 20 rather than a 20 out of 20. Mainly because I'd like to see this auditor selected, like to have the audit committee involved with that and have that take place. That being said, the other scores are the same. Last year we scored 384 out of 395. This year we're 374 out of 395. It does say that the risk level, anything above a 355, which we're still 19 points ahead of that, is still considered a very low risk. I would just let the council know that just because our score is above 355 does not mean that we will not have an event, but we are trying to do everything possible to work on our controls and go through and do the things that are in here, as well as working with our independent auditors to just look at and review and make sure that we're in a good place so that we can reduce the likelihood of fraud occurring. So I would also mention that part of the assessment is that the CAO and the CFO sign it, and both Wayne Parker and myself have signed that. And then what we'll do is actually provide this report as well as the agenda minutes to this meeting to our independent auditors, and then they'll report that to our state auditors of Salt Lake. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the fraud risk assessment.
Thank you, Joan. Any questions, Councilor Whipple?
Yes.
So when did we lose our auditor person? How long have we been doing that RFP process?
So I think we've been doing it for about 4 years, and we lost, we lost them before you came on, wasn't it?
Was.
So it's been over a year ago. And so one of the challenges that we had is that those that respond to the RFP, they were more expensive. Some of them were not located within Utah, so it would have been remote work, which would have required travel and maybe it would have made it. But there were a couple that possibly could have worked. I don't know. How would you respond to that, Justin?
Sure. So there were in total 7 responses, 2 within the state of Utah. And that's really the next action for the audit committee to make, is to review those RFPs and select an internal auditor if there's a selection they'd like to make out of those that responded. If not, we can start again and go out for another RFP. But that's where we're at. I followed up with them. There is still interest if we'd like to make a selection. So.
I just add one quick comment to the audit committee. We probably need replacements for even the 2. We know at least one of them, but probably for both of the non-council, non-staff, independent appointees on that. What do we call it? Commission, whatever it is, the committee. So if any of you have any ideas for folks who would be interested in volunteering time to talk about the city's finances a few times a year, it's not a significant obligation, but we do need some additional people. So one of the things we need to do in conjunction with picking an internal auditor is actually get a few new people on that committee and probably review the RFP in conjunction with that. So anyway, that's still waited as well.
Would that be the kind of thing, say, a former citywide councilor could do after he no longer runs for re-election?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not sooner. Just not sooner.
Any other questions?
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right, we will now take a break till 1:30.
We'll find excuses to invite you from the work session. We'll see.
Have I really been doing that? Awesome.
Right.
Hi.
Recording stopped.
My e-bike will do 23 on that street. He's like, you know about contract law, don't you? You don't get to walk. They basically tell him, you can't, like, at least not until you're done with the terms of this contract. And it
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Sorry. All right, number 5, a presentation regarding the balance of the Legacy CIP Fund. This will be presented again by John Workett.
Pretty nice of you to get my presentation back to back, so thank you for that. So I wanted to give you an update on what we call our Legacy CIP Fund. And so I'm just going to kind of walk through these balances. I would just mention that if any questions, we have Brian here, he represents the airport, and then we can build any other questions that we have too. Okay. First of all, and it does show in the left column the date that these funds were appropriated by the council, and we have we'll start off with the fire station number 1, which is going to be on this property. There are 2 buckets. One came from CARES Act funds, which was $3.5 million, and then $1.5 million came from ARPA funds. And that was basically the ARPA funds that were unrestricted, part of the $10 million, if you remember back then. And of the fire station, primarily the money that's been spent is for architectural work that's being done on the fire station. And so we have approximately $4.8 million left on that $5 million that's appropriated. The next item,
John,
yes.
What's our timetable for getting that built?
I think Isaac, you want to respond to that, or I can too, but you want to respond?
We're still
working through, I think, what you call the RFP process, and we'll be back to present on that full details shortly, I think next meeting. But if we can lock everything in, I think we're looking at completion by fall of next year. Is that right?
Yep.
So we're moving. I mean, ground hasn't been broken. We haven't signed a final contract or anything, but they have a pretty ambitious schedule that they can meet for us.
You say break ground and this fall.
No,
Finish,
cut a ribbon.
finish it. Great.
Yeah.
Hey, any other questions on that? Okay, the next item is, the airport terminal, and back in, February of 2021, there was some money appropriated for the terminal, specifically for transition as we were working through the old terminal, the new terminal, and there is a balance there of $264,011. And right now the plan is to use those funds for content on the expanded terminal as well as the design for the summer of the building. The next item is Slate Canyon, which is all that currently has a zero balance. That money has been spent. I believe it was actually transferred over and spent the Park CIP Fund. And then we have the hillside and canyons plans, which we had a number of expenditures that went through, but that has a balance of $213,511. And then the
Sorry, I have a question about that.
Yes.
So that also includes the river and bike plan, correct?
yes, I think so. There's probably a bigger description than that. Yes.
And the gateway one, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think the assumption was it would be about 100,000 each.
That sounds right. Okay, and then this, the side work adjacent to this building has been occurring with the old existing city hall, the $3 million budget. Today there's been $1 million more. We roughly have balance right now of $2 million.
No.
Yes.
Sorry. So are there still receipts to be paid out, or did it only cost us $1 million to raise the building and level the property?
Do you want to find that?
Yeah, so far that's exactly where we are on the project. It's still an active site. There's still issues that we're trying to resolve as far as like drainage issues. If you can see right now, we're constructing the temporary parking that'll be used. We don't have the receipts for that. But generally speaking, the demolition of that building itself was just a little over $1 million.
Okay. And then this is not actually part of the Legacy CIP, but I listed it down there because there are similar projects that the council's provided to administration, was just the West Side Grocery Retailer, and that's in our Economic Development CIP, and that many dollars is still sitting there. It was probably not that instead. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions that haven't came up.
Thank you, John. Any questions for John?
Yeah, just to clarify, and maybe staff can speak to this as well, but it seems like we've kind of put a tentative time frame on the West Side Grocery account incentive. I mean, we put a deadline and then we kind of extended it, but what's the anticipation once we get through that deadline of what we might do with those funds, or when we might visit about how to reappropriate those funds?
Want me to take that?
Thank you, Mayor.
John's looking at me like, and Keith's here as well, and we meet every week on the grocery store. For grocery store folks, we meet no matter what, because I need updates, holding their feet to the fire, and mine. I need to be held accountable as well. Our hope is that we're this close to another potential. And so Keith's ask was if it could be extended. Did you put a date on that, Keith? You just did an open, can we please extend while we're courting this other potential?
And just to clarify, that fund would not be used for something outside of West Provo at this point, right?
That has to be west of I-15.
Okay. But that, but we've discussed an option that's right by I-15.
Is that potentially on the table for that money?
That's the active one that we're looking at. If you remember, we reserved the option to incentivize 2 locations. And that's the other one on Lakeview Parkway is the active one. And we had thought that Bill Pepperoni was going to report on one of the mayor's big 6, which is great options tonight. And so we were going to talk about the fact that that is an active site. We do have an active retailer that has a letter of intent on that site and a developer that's trying to put together a site plan for that whole site. So when you ask about that money, I'm going to spend it because we're going to get that deal done one way or the other. So I'm pretty confident that we're really close on that one, and that looks like it's going to happen.
So what we pre-allocated will probably get used for
that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Is there a timeline for that money? Like, did we set a deadline? An extended deadline? We just extended it.
We had a deadline that we extended.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
It's indefinite.
And Keith, we have an agreement, Keith, that the money is not given until we cut the ribbon on the business.
Okay.
It's not gonna come early. We're just not messing around anymore with this.
Okay.
Any other questions for John? All right, thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right. A presentation addressing the dog problem. And
A dog problem or the dog? The dog.
The dog, probably more people problem.
Yeah.
I would say probably people problem, not the dog problem, but it's the dog problem.
Fair enough, it is the dog owner problem, so.
And it's Wayne Parker.
Thank you. I did a little preview of this with our good neighbor team yesterday, and they said, gosh, nothing like going out in blaze of glory. And then talk about something that's going to ruffle feathers. I do need to tell you just a very quick story. When I finished my internship in Kansas City, Missouri, again, city of 500,000 people, 5,000 city employees, I got hired to be the city administrator in a town of 2,000 with 30 employees. And as I was leaving, my mentor, the city manager in Kansas City, Bob Kipp, I asked any advice you have from me. And he said, I'll just give you 2 pieces of advice. He said, one, the issues in Smithville, Missouri, and the issues in Kansas City are the same. You just move the decimal point. And I think that was a pretty astute observation. The other one was, he said, I'll just give you this one exactly. In every city I've ever worked in, 50% of people love dogs and 50% hate them. There's nothing in between. And he said, therefore, anytime you're talking animal control, be prepared for a war. And I actually did have one city where I worked as city manager, where the city council wanted to license and require leashes on cats. And more people showed up for that than for the 67% property tax increase they wanted to follow. So I recognize the trepidation. So I want to start with just a reminder, speaking of cats, that we are not talking about cats today, but we clearly could. So I was going to share just a couple of little memes about cats. So this is one with the dog reading the school, the cat reading the school, and see who's holding the leash in which hand. And then finally, which is my very favorite dog versus cat meme, is this one. It shows the dog, the cat sitting on the couch, the dog's reading how to influence people, cats reading the art of war. And so, so that's been my experience with cats. So, just to give a little bit of a preface, so I just want you to know that I am a reluctant dog person. This picture sort of shows me with my 55-pound golden doodle on my lap, which doesn't happen very often. My wife wants to be the dog's favorite person, but that hasn't worked out so well. So I try all I can to push the dog off the doodle, even she sits there grumbling when the dog finds the bone. So I'm a dog person, one of those dog people, right, that we're going to talk about, but I pride myself on being a responsible dog owner. So let me just talk about what the plan is for this brief presentation today. So I think, when the mayor sort of asked me to take this on several months ago, we were responding to emails from residents. We're also responding to concerns from council members about the continuing challenge of dogs and dog owners. And we'll talk about kind of the problems. To talk about possible legislative solutions. So this will be a question, council members, what can we do from an appropriation side or ordinance side that would leverage your legislative authority to partner up with what options the administration might have. Then we talked about low cost administrative actions, those things that we could do that wouldn't cost a lot of money, might take time, and might take other resources, but wouldn't be super expensive. Some higher cost actions, we want to sort of rule out any potential option. And then talk about some education efforts that might be undertaken. So we're going to start with defining the problem. So we sort of characterize this, I'll talk a little bit about our process, but we characterize this as dogs in open spaces. And that could be everything from an unleashed dog on a trail or a park, to dog waste in public spaces, to dogs roaming at large in neighborhoods. And my neighborhood is not our dog, but is famous for this particular problem. And then just a disregard by what I would characterize as a minority of dog owners that they just disregard city ordinance and in some cases just plain common courtesy. So earlier this year in the spring, I put together what we kind of called a dog issue summit, where we brought Parks and Recreation team, police, development services, city ombudsman, who sometimes deals with these issues. And we sat down and spent an extended period of time looking at these issues. And so we were, it was a great session where we did a lot of brainstorming. We looked at some best practices, and then following the summit, then we began work on coming up with some options for resolving the problem. So I'm going to talk about potential actions. So first, again, in the order that we were asked to consider these, we talked about legislative actions. Now, in the staff report, which I think you all saw early on, I used this little for lack of a better term, a stoplight analogy. So red means super difficult to implement, very challenging. Could be controversial. Could bore some folks' oxes. The yellow ones were a little bit challenging, maybe to implement, but certainly doable. Green are things that we could do relatively quickly. And then the dollar signs represent whether they were, expensive, from $1 sign to $4 signs. Again, we have not tried to go deep dive into any of these yet. So the purpose today is to share with you what we think the viable options are, and then have you give us some feedback either now or later about what options you would like us to flesh out in greater detail. So these included things like requiring dog amenity space in higher density pet-friendly developments. So maybe if an apartment complex or a multifamily complex, even owner occupied, would be over X number of units, we would require a square footage per apartment in a dog amenity. We've noticed around high density developments that we see a lot of dog waste and even dogs running at large that find themselves in the parking strips or in parks or on vacant land. And the general sense was that there were more and better quality dog amenities in some of the newer projects that might come forward in Provo that might be a way to affect the challenges that we face with the dog problems. Require enhanced penalties for second offenses. Our animal control folks said it's not uncommon to cite the same person sort of over and over again, and there right now is not an enhanced penalty for a dog running at large or a dog leaving dog waste in public.
Now, just to be clear, right now there's no penalty, right? There's no fee, there's no.
Yeah, there is a fine. It's a misdemeanor, I think, for your dog to be running at large or to be leaving dog owner leaving dog waste behind. And so again, so we do prosecute those. Not very many a year. maybe 30, was that kind of the number we talked about, Jason, that was cited and then prosecuted or?
Yeah, I don't have it here in front of me, but yeah, it's roughly 30 just for the waste.
Okay.
And that's just a citation or a?
It's citation.
The citations.
Right. Yeah. And then we could make specific reference to emotional support animals and service animals. Our ordinance is silent on that. That's one that would be of certainly some help to our animal control folks in dealing with issues like this is my emotional support animal and being on a leash does not support me emotionally. Those kinds of things we could define better and probably resolve a number of questionable issues. We could review and update bail schedules even for the first offense and decide if that's something we want to consider some sort of enhanced penalty even for first offenses. We could consider merits in the ordinance to ban dogs in parks. Our neighbors to the south, the Spanish Fork, have done this for many years. No dogs allowed in any city park in Spanish Fork. Enforcement, as I've talked to them, has been challenging for sure. It's not universally accepted, and they can't be everywhere at all times. But that would be something to at least throw on the table.
Wayne?
Yes.
Could I ask a question? And maybe you'll get to this. So if you are just, you can get to it when you do. But I'm curious. I mean, you listed the educational efforts last on that list. My gut tells me that if we would know a lot more about whether or not any of these things become more viable. I mean, I'm personally not at all interested in banning dogs in parks, but the other ones are all of interest to me. But first and foremost for me would be massive education campaign with lots of signage in parks and other places with improved waste areas, you know, so that it's both encouraged and doable. And then we could, but that's going to cost some money, right? So it's not a legislative act, although it may require some appropriations funds. Maybe you're gonna. Anyway, I'm just sort of curious about, you know, maybe trying that really aggressively first, and then look at whether or not we need to go beyond that.
Yeah, again, our purpose today is to just lay out options for you to think about. We'll dive into the educational efforts pretty quick. I did have a council member send me an article from, and I don't know if others have seen this as well, from a city in France that's been doing probably the most aggressive approach to particularly dog waste problems that I've heard. It's the city of Béziers. And they're in a 2-year test where right now every dog that's licensed must submit to a DNA test, a cheek swab. It is then recorded on the dog's license, the DNA marker. And anytime they find pet waste on public property, they actually send that pet waste to the lab. The DNA is tested, it's matched with an animal, and then it's a $132 fine for the owner. And if the dog is running at large and they capture the dog, they'll also do another DNA swab test. It's a $41 fine. If the dog is running large and captured by city animal control.
How would one think city dog, the canine food pool?
Yes. Yeah. Well, and again, this is the case where elected officials are simply fed up, and it was a somewhat unusual reaction. So I had the backstory, but again, so there's a city in France that's kind of taken an approach even further than Spanish workers. Okay, so let's talk about some low-cost administrative actions. Some of these are enforcement. Some are in some ways education, although again we have some other thoughts about that. So one would be to start with a show of force high traffic areas. So the beginning of spring, maybe we have a officers, bike patrol and animal control stationed at the Rock Canyon trailhead, some at the trailhead and then some 200 yards up the trail when dog owners would, think they were done and could unleash their dog or lack of control. And again, relatively easy to do, relatively low cost. Again, not consistent, but sometimes the show of force spreads the word of mouth. Second option would be to deploy the police bicycle unit in select cars, parks and trails. So again, they can be a lot quicker in responding and can move about the park and the trail a lot easier than an officer in the vehicle or on foot. We could install trail cameras at select locations. Again, that's probably more preventive than enforcement related. It's pretty hard sometimes to identify someone in a trail cam, but knowing that you could be identified in trail cam may be enough to spur a change of behavior. Certainly improve signage in parks and on trails. As we noted in the staff report, we worry a little bit about oversaturating park rules, including dog control in a park. It becomes pretty unfriendly when all you see is signs. So again, I think we want to be just cautious about our strategy there. And then certainly providing more pet waste resources in high traffic areas. This gets again a little more expensive because those aren't always just used for pet waste on site. Sometimes they are taken home by folks and used later. We really don't want to be the dog waste bag supplier for 20,000 residents per year. So higher costs, budget impact actions, and again, our group had kind of a difference of opinion about whether more dog parks in Provo would matter. And I think the general sense is folks who are going to be sort of scofflaws probably will not go to a dog park. You may be just taking more responsible pet owners, getting off the trails and dog parks. But that's certainly an option we could put on the table. The other one is to add animal control officers, and right now we have 4 full-time animal control officers, and national standards suggest for a city our size, based on people population and pet population, we should probably have 6. And so again, that's just a real thumbnail kind of ballpark number, but that's one again we can dive a little deeper into. So let's talk briefly about then education efforts. So one of the things we thought might be a good place to start, and this gets a little bit to Councilmember Handley's question, is maybe we do a citizen survey to assess public attitudes about it, what our residents think might make a difference. If you put a number of options out there on the table and let people weigh in. And I think we could also ascertain how big the perception problem is in Provo. So an education outreach campaign. So these would have messages around dogs being welcome as long as, so taking sort of more of a positive approach. Love dogs in our parks as long as they're on leashes, you clean up after them, and you don't just put dog waste in a bag and tie it up and drop it on the side of the trail, which seems to be a very popular approach. Assuming that some city employees, sometimes somewhere, will come by and pick those up. And so again, just bring a little more clear about recommendations. Could introduce animal control officers as humans and animal lovers, as opposed to seeing animal control officers as your enemy. If you're a less than responsible dog owner, and then showing the negative impacts of dog waste. And actually, our media services folks are really excited about this. Thinking about a soccer game in process, and the young person running by and slipping and falling, and all kinds of interesting things you can do with a video like that. So again, education efforts could include, as we talked about, videos, social media, city newsletters, hosting specialized events. So these were kinds of things like bring your dog to City Hall Day and have set up a booth out on the entrance to City Hall where you give away a little bag of dog treats and a little poop bag and a little flyer, and then you bring your dog in and the mayor gets to pet the dogs. We thought about leveraging existing events, so we could do things like movies in the park, right, where we could set up a booth and have animal control officers there to kind of spread the word. So again, not having to necessarily host a separate event, but leveraging off an existing popular community event. Talked about mascots, and we actually wondered if we still have Charlie, the dog that was the Provo Angels mascot. That costume is floating around somewhere, but again, you could bring a dog mascot, you know, to events or schools or other things.
Doesn't the rec center do a last day of the pool, the dog day?
Yes, yeah, that's
my favorite day.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then we could partner with the animal shelter and pet clinic. So as people come to get a dog license, they get a little packet of information and some, you know, some freebies or some swag or something. And when Provo residents actually come to license the pets or have pet care. So in summary, then, so we have a wide range of options available to consider. And again, these. I didn't try to put these on a scale of this is a brilliant idea to this is a really stupid idea. That's sort of your call as policymakers. But we wanted you to at least have a menu of things to think about. They obviously vary in feasibility, acceptance, and cost. All of the factors that you'll want to think about. So we encourage you to kind of review these. So maybe there are some other ideas that you haven't thought about that you might suggest for further, more detailed review and scoping out. And then with your guidance, the administration can then refine, do some more cost estimating, trying to look at you know, annual recurring costs versus one-time costs, and then at some point doing some sort of public outreach in terms of, again, whether we do education first and then consider these things or vice versa. And then try to get some feedback from our residents, either through a survey or through an open house or an open city hall issue or some other method of gathering additional feedback from the public. So that's our report. Be happy to respond to questions or see if you have any thoughts. We appreciate having Captain Patrick and our animal control supervisor Jason with us, as well as our Parks and Rec team. So happy to respond to questions or invite them to come and share thoughts if you like.
Thanks, Wayne. I was thinking that since we have two experts here on the subject, I'd love to hear just maybe quickly if you have anything to add to what Wayne said, or if you have what you'd like to see or what you think are your top options or something. But Scott first. I think you have to be at the mic. Yeah, at a mic.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's one there.
Introduce yourself to.
Scott Henderson, Parks and Recreation Director.
Scott, if you want to check, I don't know if it's on.
Go to revolves. Like Wayne said, I had a chance to be on the dog task force, and I thought this is a big step. This is a high priority for our Parks and Recreation Board. They feel a lot of our neighborhood parks are unusable. That this is part of their everyday experience on going there to take a soccer ball around or to throw a baseball or just enjoy the park. That it's like a minefield out there. So they really feel like it's something that we have to address. I realize that an education part of this is important before enforcement, but in my mind, when you take your dog to a park or to the one that has always shocked me the worst is the trailhead, the Rock Canyon Park. That, you know, here we were going in one of the most beautiful, pristine areas in our valley, and it is a dumping ground going right into that. And that always shocks me, the lack of respect shown by that. But I think what the owner knows they're doing something wrong when they do not pick it up. So the education could be, if we're able to coordinate enforcement and areas, that we educate that this is something that's important about the usability of parks. And if you look in our last activity guide, we put an ad in there that said, we love dogs, but their owners need some serious training. and that is really true. And I think what we would like to see is, and what I think personally is, enforcement will change behavior on this. I really do feel that once there is a ramification to these things about, you know, doing this, I just don't know how much education is required, because when you are walking your dog and it goes to the bathroom on a neighbor's property and you walk away, you know he did something.
I don't think that there's that many people that are challenged in so those are my thoughts.
Don't forget, do what you asked for. My name's Robert Patrick, I'm the patrol captain, at the police department. I was, honored to be a part of the, Great Group Summit of 2023. It was, amazing. Not something that I had thought about, participating in, but it is an issue. I was taught, you see in your parks, the issues, that it brings. In my 23 years, at Provo, as a patrol aspect, or as a patrol response, dog issues or leaving of feces in parks and things is not something that we have ever dealt with. I have never been called for that kind of issue, so I can't speak to how prevalent it is in parks on trails. However, Jason has been called to certain those types of calls. Brought up enforcement, that is a solution. It comes with the cost of shifting resources from one area where they're being utilized and then putting them in another area. If that's something that you want to do, that is something that is possible. We'll just have to sacrifice one area of coverage that we are doing right now, which may be keeping a problem at bay and then shifting it to another area, or getting funding for more resources to tackle that problem. So if you're asking for my expert opinion, I think that education is a great place to start. That does nothing, which it may not do anything without a consequence attached to it. Education is very limited in the scope of success, but my opinion would be to start with that.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Hanley.
Yeah, I just maybe follow up on what I was saying earlier, and I would say I'm not opposed to a combination of enforcement and education. I mean, I think my daughter lives in Denver, and Denver is just like become this dog capital. It's incredible how many dogs are in that city. But there's a tipping point where a culture just decides that cleaning up after your dog is what you do. And obviously not everyone will do it, but in that city, and I don't know what exactly they've done in terms of enforcement, but I know that in terms of signage and education, you can't miss it. You know, the message is constantly, this is your responsibility, please do it. And there are little things that people put in their front yard that are little signs of a dog doing its business, basically, you know, don't do that here kind of thing. But there are all kinds of disposal areas at the parks for people. There are extra bags for people, but people all carry the bags on their little leashes. So it's just part of the culture, and somehow we've got to tip it to that point. And I think with a lot of education and then maybe strategic enforcement that is, like you were saying, seasonal, although I wouldn't say just the spring. When the snow melts is when you see how people have abused the fact that it's snowing, that they think they can just poop anywhere. And you have piles of it along Rock Canyon trails, and I'm sure it's true in other trail areas. So, but I think if we just did some targeted campaigns, both of education and enforcement, that's been my impression. I mean, obviously Denver is a much bigger city, but the many times I've been there, they will do occasional sweeps, where they'll cite people, and then so people know they're on call. They have to be responsible, but the signage and the education is there so that it becomes part of the culture. I think that's just the tipping point we need. And I would say it's not just dog messes. I mentioned to the mayor and several others in different contexts, but we know people who've been knocked over, elderly people who've been knocked over by dogs on trails and had broken bones, serious problems. So the safety issue is right up there with the nuisance issue. I mean, I suppose in some cases enough dog food creates a safety issue too, but it's, you know, and that's not just a nuisance either, by the way, it's an ecological hazard. I mean, if we're gonna spend all this money on Rock Canyon to improve the mouth of that canyon, and then dog feces is doing its business all over the place, spreading seeds and ruining, the plant life and so on, it's obviously not in our interest. So we've got lots of reasons to do this, but those would be my feelings, is go full on with education and then do sort of strategic targeted enforcement. And if you need us to appropriate money for that and or beef up the penalties, I'm all for that. At some point, if that's not working, I think we would have to look at more serious things from my point of view.
Thanks, George. I have a lovely, educated girlfriend who lives in the river bottoms, and she works from home, and she kept watching this neighbor's dog poop on her yard day after day. And so she bagged it up and put it on her doorstep with a note to say, please clean up your poop. And she put her name on it. I was impressed. But like, it is a problem for sure. I like George's suggestions. It seems like we need to update our code for sure as far as service animals and social support. You make these differentiations, right? I got a bit of feedback from the public. One idea was they liked the banning, but they also thought we should do doggy hours, where certain hours there was no one that, you know, we noticed at the park that was a free on leash time or off leash time at the park. Thought that was interesting. I got more feedback about they really like the idea that these high density places that do not have grass should have some sort of, you know, the one over by Costco in Oregon has that, right? They have a small doggy thing. It's very small. I have wondered, you know, we're in this huge park with Slate Canyon. It's huge. And it does seem like that would be, I've lived in other cities where they have amazing dog parks. I used to have dogs, and I used them a lot. And it seems like Slate Canyon would be a perfect place to develop. You know, it's being developed now. It would be the time to do a good dog park with the right gravel and everything and the turf and all that. So it can be used and have lower maintenance, but be useful in the long term. We also have Bicentennial, which we could update and actually make it a nice dog park. Yeah. And I agree with the penalties. I think we need to look at the policy-wide. I think we need to look at the penalties, and we need to look at the definitions and get that kind of sorted out. Any other thoughts? Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, so I've been in a working group with Parks and Rec on designing Slate Canyon Park. And I'm glad that a dog park has not been proposed in that park, because the only dog park in the city is at Bicentennial, which is like the next closest park to Slate Canyon, and then it concentrates all the dogs in Southeast Provo, which is kind of an extra burden for people who live there and don't want dogs jumping on them or stepping in their ways. So yeah, I think if we find the need through our Parks and Rec master plan for more dog parks, and it probably should be distributed appropriately within the city. One, for access, and two, just to kind of reduce the impacts on one part of the city.
Right, but we either need to like fix one or do a new one that's right. Like neither one of them are.
Yeah.
So it's pick one and do it right.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. So I had this conversation with a citizen within the last 5 days, and she was riding her bike on a trail, and a dog comes tearing after her. And she has no idea what to do. Like, do you call the police? Do you call 311? How, you don't know whose dog that is. You don't know how to report this. So it often feels like if a dog comes at you, or you just see someone not picking up their waste, like what tools do citizens really have to participate in an enforcement process?
I would say that would be part of the.
If you want to come to the mic, just in case folks are watching online. Thank you.
I think that would be part of the educational process. If you're going to want citizens to be calling a non-emergency number 311 to report, hey, look, this is what I saw. That's how it's going to get reported to us, to animal control, and how we're going to be able to address that.
Do you have solutions though? Like if I'm on Slate Canyon, I have to know, and I see someone and they don't pick up their dog waste, I don't know who that person is. Is there any mechanism for that to be resolved?
Well, right now, the only way that is going to, the first thing that can happen is the citizen go up to the other citizen and, hey, please clean this up. That, obviously, if that doesn't happen, or if that individual doesn't take ownership of what happened, it leaves the only other mechanism to identify the individual is to call someone that's going to approach them and find that out. Get a license plate if they want to follow into a car. How much do you want to escalate this? Do you want to make this do you want to get into a physical confrontation with somebody with a dog waste? Probably not. But the identification process kind of through calling us, calling patrol through either a 911 or probably not the 911, but a non-emergency number, and then we would have an officer go out and
Another point I forgot to mention was, I do think looking at something like I think the farmer's market is a venue, an event that would be way better without dogs. I walk over so much dog poop with those things. It's always smeared across the whole sidewalk. And you see the dogs' faces and all these kids in the strollers. Like it's a lot. And I think our staff has seen that when they've been at the farmer's market for our booth. Councilor Gilmore.
In the spirit of full disclosure, I'll say I love dogs and hate cats.
Strong feeling.
Yes. Dogs just want to be your friend. Cats ask for your resume. And I think this is a voiceless constituency that can't have a voice in this discussion, so I'll speak for them.
They don't vote.
With the exception, with the exception of vicious dogs, most dogs, if they could speak, would say, "Hey, I'm not the problem; it's my owner." And mostly every dog I know is a friendly critter that people love, and they love them to people. But it's the owners that's the problem. That's why I'm very much in favor of a strong education campaign. Whether we're mailing things or posting things, I think guilt-inducing reminders are a good way to go. As far as enforcement goes, I'd focus on call it the high-density areas, like the entrance to Rock Canyon, and have that show of force, particularly during the summer months when dogs are out and about with their owners. I think you should get the Daily Herald involved in that, I assume. But the idea is we have an ordinance, we want to enforce it in the area, about the high poop areas, whatever. I think that's where we focus the enforcement effort. I think that might pay some dividends.
I did meet with a citizen recently. They live over by 800, and there's the trail right there along the river, and there's a park right there. Is it River Road? Exchange Park. And they live right there. And they mentioned that I guess they advocated for some poop bags for some time, and they got them. And they said it's helped a ton. And they walk the trail a lot, and they wanted those more regularly, like, I don't know, so many feet all along the whole trail, period, like everywhere on University. They think that would make a significant difference with signage and the poop bags.
It's really very helpful, not just that they're there. When you walk on the trail, maybe you grab a couple, or you have a problem, there's one not too far off. But it's also a reminder, it's a visual reminder,
right?
Your duty.
And you never know where people are getting on and off, right? It's a long trail. But I think that goes with the education and so I don't know. I make some motions.
Oh, I have a full list. Okay, so the first one is, when we're talking about going up into our canyons, there's an area that's under city control, and then you get into national forest or whatever, where you can have dogs off leash. I'm wondering, have we considered putting any kind of a sign at that boundary that says dogs may be off leash here, and then as you're coming back, you have to leash your dogs now because you are once again re-entering city property. Because that would be helpful.
That came up in our discussion on standing signage.
Yeah, because when you're walking a trail, you don't know when you pass from one jurisdiction to another. And a lot of people go on those trails specifically so that they can let their dogs off leash, so they can run around and smell things and be happy little dogs. But like George, I've talked to people where, you know, a woman got her hip broken because this happy dog bounded up to her and just knocked her over with enthusiasm. It wasn't trying to be mean, but her life was dramatically impacted by that stupid happy dog. And so I'm really concerned about off-leash animals. And they cause a big hazard when you have a dog that is leashed. If an off-leash dog comes and interacts with that, it just creates lots of problems with those dog dynamics, and it's a huge safety issue. When we get to the motion part, I do want to have us look at doing something about service animals to make it clear that they have to also obey our leash and poop laws and things like that. So that will be something that we can do. Did you consider doing or looking at, can we quantify the cost either in amount that we pay employees or volunteer hours for cleaning up poop? If at a park, say, because you guys didn't clean up after your dogs, we had to spend 100 hours this year cleaning up dogs. That is volunteer time or city employee time or tax money that could have gone to other things.
We had not looked at that specifically.
I think that would be kind of fun because, well, a little shaming, but also people think that it's not a harm, but it is a cumulative thing, and it does cost us time and money, and it diverts resources, even our volunteer resources, because I think a lot of that poop does get cleaned up by volunteers. And so helping us understand the cost of our individual actions can maybe persuade us to be a little bit better in our individual actions.
You know, I think along those lines, as part of your education campaign, you could make some fairly vivid examples of the horror stories. You know, little kid just slipping into a pile of poo on a soccer field. Friendly dog jumping up on the old woman breaking her hip. I mean, let's put some stories out there and make people think twice.
Yeah, I have two more questions. And so one is two-part question. Should some of our parks be dog-free? Not all of them, but would that be useful if some of them are like, dogs aren't allowed in this park. You have a sign and it would say, these are other places where you could take your dog. And going along with that, I like the dog hours for some parks. Clearly say, you can have your dog off leash in this park for this period of time, outside of this period of time, not okay. Would that flexibility work to restrict some and then to open up others?
So we can definitely look at the hours research, you know, everybody individualized rules where, hey, I work an evening shift, so I take my dog out in the morning and also there'll always be those common exceptions, but we experience those at every facility that we have when they open. So we can look at that. We can look at regional sites for on-leash dogs that are welcome at those sites. It definitely starts to control the problem, you know, to certain specific sites, which would possibly make it easier to do drive-by enforcement, because I think when you talk about enforcement, about making a call on someone, depending on how busy and everything, and being able to be there right at that time to be able to handle that, it's going to be very difficult. It'll be more luck than anything more.
That's most of our call outs. I mean, we did a call through dispatch, usually 5 or 10 minutes delay. By the time we did the call, we respond out, there's a dog out the leash, or that problem is not there. When we get there, on top of we deal with all the wildlife, everything else that happens in the city. Sometimes we have 3 of us, sometimes 4, but somebody takes a day out, that takes 2 for the whole city. And it's just, I mean, you just don't have time to do controls. It's part of kind of go in line with what calls next, you know, priority ones.
The designation of sites also is, and I know George and Shannon went through this with St. Canyon about not necessarily wanting a dog park at that location because of the other exciting amenities we talked about. Frankly, we don't do that on just about every single neighborhood development. We need more neighborhood parks, they say, but just don't put it in my neighborhood. And so that is Placing of dog parks is a very, very difficult issue. No one is standing in line for those. And I bet you if we started setting up these regional lease sites, I bet you that would become something to where, well, why are you doing it in my neighborhood? I think that park over there is a great candidate for at the lease site. It's just the kind of the world that we're in. I think people understand the need and the desire, but it's something that in a lot of ways it may not be that pleasant to think about.
I wonder, Rachel, I mean, those might be questions we could look at phase 2. Like if we did the education and the enforcement, and then we realize that there are some parks that are especially problematic, or those just feel like decisions that would feel to me premature until we know what an education and enforcement culture starts to look like.
And I'm not saying we make a decision on it now, but I'm wondering if we already know there's some parks that would actually be really good to be dog free. I mean, already the cemetery is supposed to be a dog free zone, right? So we've got some areas that are set up like that. My last question was, did we talk to Public Works about all of this? Are we concerned about any kind of watershed issues? I know we go up Little Cottonwood Canyon almost every year for the flowers. No dogs are allowed up there at all. So were they part of the poop task force?
They weren't, although we did talk to them about watershed control issues. It's a big concern for them.
Where specifically?
Well, again, mostly in the areas that are near springs. So again, that would be up the canyons in South Fork, again, not in the city limits, but in property partially up there. That's always been a concern for them.
Because it seems that something like Big Spring Park would have the watershed issues. That would be an appropriate place to say no dogs here.
Yeah. Jason,
yes. Some of the things I've noticed with the
Jason, and then say your name again, please.
Yeah, Jason Swenson with Animal Control. One of the things that I've noticed while going by going by the parks and doing an extra patrol, you do see the poop bags everywhere. If we had somewhere to dispose of them, that's the biggest thing that I can see at Rock Canyon Park, Rock Canyon Trailhead. People carry it up there, and then it's tossed in the bushes or off in the weeds or whatever. Spanish Fork has the same thing. They have the same problem, but there's a waste bin right there that the parks person picks up once a week and throws it in the dumpster or whatever needs to happen with that. But right now, I don't see any of that happening. From all the perspectives that I've been on. So.
That's a great point. Thank you. Councilor Fillmore.
If I might, is there a jurisdictional problem here in the sense that you've got city land, you've got county land, and you've got Forest Service or BLM land, and their rules, little ordinances are going to be different than what we do.
That is
how do we address that?
Well, again, I think the suggestion that we sign at the boundaries, so you're crossing out into the Forest Service land, dog doesn't need to be leashed, and when you come back down the trail, on the other side, it says now you're entering Provo City's property, dogs need to be leashed. And so, yeah, I think other than defining the boundary, I'm not sure how to address that specifically.
But even by word of mouth, I was telling neighbors in Rock Canyon that was the policy, and I don't know how well it's held up, but people were starting to do it. They understood. Once you pass the gate, you can do whatever you want, but if you're going to be in the mouth of the canyon, it's expected. And again, all it takes is the cultural shift where you need neighbors who are willing to call out other people, and they don't have to get into physical confrontation, hopefully, but just saying, hey, your dog's supposed to be on a leash, but that's just here in this area, thanks. Maybe over time that starts to build enough peer pressure that people are a little embarrassed to have their dog running around when they know it's not supposed to. Well,
I have another question, if that's okay.
Okay.
On the, I call it the mega soccer park. Would there be some rule inhibiting dogs from using that space because it would be a high use space for soccer tournaments?
I think that would be our management recommendation,
Okay.
that would be a no dog area.
Yeah, okay, that
We checked on, well, Doug did his crack research, so Denver does have an ordinance against dogs for not cleaning up waste at $125, so both community minded and a bunch of popular.
Yeah. And I know the bigger parks, I mean, dogs need to run. I'm pretty sympathetic to the people who own dogs, and the dog needs to get out and run. But I know even in the bigger parks, they do actually have a policy that they have to be on leash, but then they sort of loosely enforce it. They come around and enforce it every once in a while, and people understand that if I'm going to take it off the leash, I'll be really careful. It's going to be really local, but anyway, that's a nuance. I would make a motion that we encourage the administration to come back to us with a plan for education and enforcement and associated costs, and then we could look at what appropriations might be needed for it at that point.
I'll second that.
All right, we'll take a vote.
Oh, it's in no discussion.
Oh, yes, I'd love to discuss. Any discussion?
Then it doesn't have to be up.
So can you restate that for me? Make sure I capture it.
Request that the administration come back to us with a proposal for education and enforcement and associated costs.
Thank you.
Did we get a second on?
We did, Mr. Gilmore.
Any comments, discussion? Right, no, Justin, I think you had something to say.
No, I was just gonna point out real quick, there were a couple of questions that council members had sent in after Wayne's memo went out. And actually, Councilor Ellsworth hit this right on the head. I was gonna touch base on the sports park. So there are a number of, the question was, are there any other cities in Utah that ban dogs in parks? Moab also does, they do have a dog park, but there are a number of other cities that ban dogs from certain parks, mainly parks with athletic fields. So just another thing to think about, throwing it out there with the sports park, baseball over at Fort Utah. There's a number of other parks with sports and athletic fields.
Yeah, Utah. Okay, thank you. All right, let's take a vote. Councilor Handley.
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councilor Shipley.
Yes.
Councilor McKay, yes. Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
So that's unanimous, 7-0. I would also like to make another motion that we look policy-wise at definitions, service, emotional support, that we consider places that they should be restricted, like as in possible events like the farmer's market. So this is for staff. So we can look at, the future sports park, think about
the criteria
and restrictions. Yes. And is there anything else policy-wise? Oh, if we need to look at our code as far as penalties or enforcement things.
Can I restate what I think you heard? So policy-wise, for staff to different information on what areas could be restricted by policy and to look at code for penalties and enforcement.
And the definition of emotional support and service animals and the criteria there as far as our parks. And all dog use, I guess, in those animals.
Thank you.
Well, and part of that would be looking at what changes we would need to make to the code after they've given us that recommendation.
Right.
Say that again for me, please.
What changes we may need to make to our code after the staff has done that research and has given a recommendation.
Thank you.
All right, do we have a second?
Yes, I second.
All right, let's take a vote. Oh, no, let's discuss.
Sorry, just to clarify. So what we're voting on now is our staff coming back with recommendation options on policy, where the one before was for the city to come back and
education.
On the education, potentially education, but not on any policy.
Yeah, just education, enforcement, and their costs.
Because I thought there was enforcement there. It seemed that was,
They control different things than we control.
Right, any discussion? All right, let's take a vote. Counselor Fillmore,
Yes.
Counselor Difflin,
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth, yes. Counselor Hoban,
Yes.
Counselor Henley.
Yes.
Right, that's also unanimous, 7-0. Okay, thank you so much, Wayne. Okie dokie. A presentation regarding code required and administrative reports. And this will be presented by our council intern, Abby McAfee.
Okay, this will be the most exciting presentation that you've ever seen. More exciting dogs. Just kidding. As a general overview for this presentation, in the city code, there are 29 different reports that are supposed to be reported to the city council. And staff has overviewed all of these reports and have realized that a lot of them need to be looked at to make specific changes or to get rid of them or amend them in certain ways. So that's what this presentation is for. So overall, a lot of these reports were amended or adopted in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s. And so some of them are just kind of outdated, and I'll go over that in our presentation. So throughout the rest of the presentation, I kind of have charts for the different reports. You'll see the name of the report, the last time we have evidence of receiving that report, who the reporter is supposed to be and who the recipient is, as well as the stated frequency of when that report is supposed to occur and staff's recommendations. So this first slide focuses on rental dwelling licenses with like multi-unit residences with mobile home rental dwelling licenses, as well as mobile home park business licenses. And as you can see, we don't have evidence of receiving these reports since 2010, 2011. And in the code, it says the mayor is supposed to give this to the city council, and all of these reports are supposed to be given within 10 days of each new quarter. And so we just recommend updating like the frequency as well as exactly who they want the reporter to be and the recipient. And you can ask questions as I go through as well. So the next few slides will be about departmental reports. On this slide, we have an annual report from the library board. We don't have any data on this. And this is supposed to come from the library board director to city council. And it's supposed to happen on an annual basis. And we suggest that we just combine this with the library's budget presentation to be more concise. And there's also a report from the cemetery section. Again, there's no data. It's supposed to be from the section to the city mayor and the city council, and the frequency is from time to time. And we recommend updating the frequency, because what does time to time even mean? And also, like, if we want this report, we could define exactly what the city council and mayor wants to see from the section, because in the code it is very vague. And we can also a suggestion for that is reporting on water usage. So some more departmental reports. There's a report on the state affairs and conditions of the police department. We last received this in 2015. It's supposed to be from the chief of police to the city council. And again, it says annually or from time to time, and so we can specify the frequency and also maybe combine it with budget presentations to be more concise. The Provo Youth City Council, we have no data. Again, it'll be from Youth City Council to the City Council, and it says by request, and so we can update the frequency requirement and specify what the City Council would like to see from the City Council. Yes.
To comment on that, I'm sad that we don't interact with them more than we do. And I don't know what the precise solution to that is, but I certainly would welcome more interaction with them. It doesn't necessarily have to be a report, however, in a city council meeting, although they have done that. And I like that, but I think it's only happened maybe twice since I've been on the council in 5.5 years. But I don't know who they are. I never interact with them, and I'd love for them to have more interaction with us. So I don't know if that to me feels more important than whether or not they give a report.
Yeah.
So, Councilor Hanley, on that, I think you'll see a lot of changes here soon. We've just updated the application, and it's now electronic. It was just hard copy before. So they've set a date for applications to come in by September 5th. They have struggled since going virtual with the pandemic, like so many others, and so we've been working closely with Helen Patterson over at UVU to get them back up and running and have quite a few events planned for them to participate with the counseling.
Okay.
Hey, can I add? So, sorry, this is a bit of a first, but just on the youth city council, a member of the youth city council approached me kind of at a community event and said, hey, we have these ideas, and he read to me, the member of the youth council read to me the city code on the youth council, which I had never read before. And it does indicate that the council's executive director is responsible for administering that program. And so, again, that was news to me, and I don't hear much from the youth council, but I hope that we do kind of update or refresh and integrate the youth council as currently indicated in the code, or update the code as needed so that they do become a part of our community in a meaningful way.
So last one on this page is landmark register nominations, and it's a report from the Landmarks Commission to tell the city council of buildings that fall under the requirements of a historical landmark. We last received this in 2020, and it's supposed to happen within 14 days of the nomination. And it'd be great if we could specify, again, report or any other specification that would be interesting.
Have there been any buildings or things nominated since 2020 that we did not get reports on?
I don't know the answer to that, but I could look that up for you.
Yeah, because if there were no nominations, then we're.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give that to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the next slide, I think, is the CIP and development reports. So the capital improvement plan and the CIP report, they're part of the yearly budget process. And the first one is supposed to happen by March 1st. The second one is supposed to happen within 30 days of the completion of the financial report. And again, we could probably just combine that with the budget process presentations so we can clear up the city code a little bit more. And then the airport master plan implementation report, we last received this in 2010. And it just said that regular scheduled council meetings. And so again, we could probably update the frequency requirement and also tie that in with the CIP plan and report.
Hold on.
While they're doing that, Abby, do you feel that a lot of these we're getting the information in other ways?
I think so. I think overall, a lot of the information is part of like budget presentations or annual reports. And so I think it's a good idea just to be more clear where are you receiving that information, so we don't need these extra reports in city code. But that's my perspective.
Yeah, so I think that's the point.
Yeah.
We realized, Justin really realized is that a lot of our code, we're not doing it because it is out of date, and we are doing it in different ways. So if anything, there'll be a lot less on this, or just put into the budget because we don't want to be repeating ourselves or doing unnecessary things just because it's a code. We need to update the code accordingly.
Okay, let's see, I think we're on this one. So this is with budget grades and financial reports. We have an annual financial report. This is already satisfied by the comprehensive financial report. And so we would just keep as is, keep this one going. And then the impact fee report is supposed to happen annually, which we could again just combine with the budget process presentation and also you know, but we want to keep that annually. And then the utility transportation fund. This has to do with taxes that citizens are charged for transportation, and it's actually included in their utility bill. And we have an example bill that we can discuss specifically. Again, this is said to be done at a regular scheduled council meeting, but not really sure if this has been happening. And so just clarify the expectations for that report, and also probably clarify if the frequency. And then we have the energy rate adjustments report. And this is supposed to be from the director of the energy department to the city council. It's supposed to happen annually. Again, combined with the budget process presentation, specify the frequency requirement. And then we have the emergency expenditure report from the mayor to the city council. And it has to be within 30 days of an emergency expenditure. And so we would keep as is. Again, this just will happen as needed. And then we have land and parking reports. So there's supposed to be a report on surplus city property. And it says no, I think, no, sorry, I can't read very well. It's a little blurry. It says no later than the first council meeting in the month of December. So probably maintain that. And then we have a graffiti removal report. We have no data. Supposed to happen on a quarterly basis. So we could probably remove this or update frequency or specify what the council would like to see from this report.
It sounds like a fun report.
I know, it does a little bit.
Does it need to be quarterly? Could it be an annual thing?
Yeah, we could do annual for sure. Yeah, it could be a fun report.
It could be a fun report.
Yeah,
we
have
can get to know
pictures.
who our little taggers are, and because you know it's easy to tell who's doing all the tagging. They leave their name everywhere.
Yeah. Like Banksy.
Like how many of these little guys are we catching every year?
And so then the next one is the sewer modeling report. There's not a specific frequency requirement, so specify that frequency and specify, it's just the city. You don't really know who the city is for the reporters to specify who you want the reporter to be. And then we have an annexation petition report. And actually there's been an increase of these reports in the last few years. And it happens as needed, so maintain the status quo. The next one is on-street parking management. And this is when like a new on-street parking area is proposed. And also with the resident initiated OSPM application report, there's different timelines for different reports. So we'll just maintain the status quo. It's very specific in this one. And then the proposed parking permit study, supposed to happen 120 days after the study of a proposed permit parking area. And maintain status quo here, a recommendation. And then we have leadership reports. So any insurance claims above $30,000. Again, this is as needed to maintain status quo. Appropriation of encumbrances report. This is supposed to happen periodically. So again, we should probably specify what periodically means.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
On the insurance claims, would that be an individual claim, or if, say, there were a flood in a parking lot and there were multiple claims, but each of them was less than $30,000, but cumulatively there were more than 30, would that be a report that we need to get?
So it's anything in excess of $30,000.
Like per each little claim or as an aggregate?
Does not.
As claim, right?
What do you mean by aggregate?
Well, if
Not
they're
aggregate claims.
no, but one incident
Right.
leads to 5 claims, and the 5 claims total more than $30,000, even though each of the claims is less than.
And I'd have to ask Gary how we. I mean, if we had one sewer backup that flooded 5 homes and every one of them was $29,000, we probably would not. Well, but here's the deal, I guess. So first of all, I would actually say it's not true that hasn't been received since 2013, because we do a quarterly and semi-annual report that we give to the council every 6 months, and it has all of that information in it. And we actually put all the claims information, not just 30,000, but we single out the $30,000 claim in a special section of the report.
Okay.
So you're getting it all anyway, but we approach it in a slightly different format based on whether they're over $30,000. I think we're, the latest report hasn't come out yet, but that's just the reports.
So is the assumption that these are presentations or reports or both?
Well, I guess that's
Yeah, that's
That'd
the
be part
question,
of the
like,
question.
just so literally this is in code right now.
Yes.
And so we need to update it. A lot of these things are being done already through the budget and other things. And so we just need to update the code so that there's not this Justin found this while looking into his new job and making sure that, he's doing what he's supposed to do, that the council's doing what we need to do, right? So checking it. And that's when it was noticed, hey, there's lots of stuff we don't do, or we do it differently than what's listed here, right? Which is
Right.
just as effective.
Yeah, and there's no way that I would have known that. So I get that. I wasn't saying you're wrong. I didn't mean it that way, but I just meant you're right, exactly right. That a lot of these reports may be done in a way differently than they were originally envisioned.
Yeah.
So it's hard to recognize.
Right. So there's gonna be some we need to delete. There's gonna be some we just need to update with how we are doing it. There might be some that.
I think there's some that we should specify whether they're presenting to us or not, because the presentation is an opportunity for dialogue, whereas maybe the insurance claim thing or other things we say, well, we get the report if we have questions.
Right.
And I'll jump ahead a little bit to go off of that. At the end of the presentation, we do have general recommendations, and whatever reports we keep in the city code, we recommended that there is a written report as evidence as well as like a presentation. But again, we can discuss if you only want a presentation or just a written report. But I think overall, having a written report and a presentation can really just ensure that we are keeping record of these things and that these are being discussed. So I hope the questions about the insurance claim on was answered. I think I was on encumbrances report. Oh yeah, periodically specify what does periodically mean. And we have the state of the city. It's given every year, but according to our records, there's no written speech that has been recorded. And so this happens at the time of when the budget is submitted. So we would specify having a written speech or report and keeping that in the record. And then we have.
Is that not just available still on YouTube and everything?
It is. So the state of the city is, but this is the letter that should be in the budget. It's my letter that I write. And I usually stand up and read it before we present the budget. And that's the first letter. It's the first
we should have that as record.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Sorry, that was
okay.
Yeah. And then we have the council policies compliance, and this is just ongoing verbally with this presentation as well as with Justin's job. So we probably keep as is or specify any other requirements that are needed. And this one's kind of a mess a little bit. Needs a lot of, well, I should say that the recipient of this report is a board that is now defunct. They don't exist anymore. And so all the frequency requirements just don't really apply because we don't have this board anymore. And so we would need to determine if these reports are still needed, who the recipient would be, and also clarify federal and state reporting requirements if we wanted to keep this report. And then just the last slide. Again, once we decide which reports we want to keep or remove, compile those reports and add them as an appendix to the council handbook. So it's more obvious to councilors and people who access the council handbook, and then also require a written report as well as a presentation to the council or to the designated recipient for the reports that we want to.
There are actually 3 more that I thought of.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know, but I don't know that they're probably not in code, but they are either semi-official or unofficial. The semi-official one is that I recall is that we requested the administration to report once a year on the fleet vehicles.
Okay.
And they have been doing that, but I don't know that it's written in code. It was part of the request that we made to the administration. The other 2 are Don Jarvis presents every year on the sustainability committee. He writes up a report, but does he just do that out of the goodness of his own heart? Okay. So we get that every year, whether we ask for it or not. I think it's wonderful that we get it, and maybe we should just put that in somewhere that's what's going to happen. And the other one just came up this week. The mayor and I were talking with Sean Miller, the agricultural commissioner, who is available ad hoc to give reports. And actually, I'm going to request that he come to a meeting to give a report, but I don't know if that, and that's just an open question. We don't have to have that in there as a code thing, but there is an agricultural commissioner who's out there doing work, and we could just leave it as needed or something, but that's just another
Suggestion.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's apparent that a lot of the information is coming for our budgeting presentations. The budget season is such a firehouse of information. If there is the opportunity to pull some of these into like the fall or the winter, so that we are capturing information that's not totally pertinent to the budget, but still able to evaluate that annually if it is annual.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to maybe spread it out, have budget stuff earlier in the year and then have these reports a little later in the year, so we're not just pounding you guys with information.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Are there any other questions or concerns?
I think the question is how to go through these systematically.
Yeah.
With majority takes. I don't know if we just go down through them and see, I don't know,
No, there's a lot there. We wanted to start an initial discussion to let you know what's in code. There's a lot that's outdated, and really see kind of next steps. What do you think of amending, changing, deleting, adding any of these? So if it's staff providing a little more detail or something that could allow the council to give us some feedback, and then we could come back and report on it, great. If you want to just have us come back a chunk at a time and go through some of these.
It seems most appropriate that we're gonna have to vote through each line if we want to amend, delete, amend or delete, I guess. Councilor Whipple.
I will say that some of my favorite reports that we get are not on here, like our zoning report.
Love that.
Like, best reading I get. I'm always so excited when those come through. And so I do appreciate the reports that we get that come to us through our email that we have an opportunity to read and know what's going on. They're fantastic. I think to help make these decisions, maybe it would be helpful if our staff added another column that said how we are already getting this information, which isn't quite there. I mean, we've got kind of status quo or combined with budget process, and combining with budget process, I think indicates that we're already getting it through that way. Like with Brian was talking about, we already get this information through these reports in this way. So just have a column that clearly says where we're getting this information now.
Yeah.
Then I think that we would be in a position to go through each one and decide if changes need to be made.
Yeah.
And without looking at each chunk of code, I wouldn't know yet how we would need to change it to adjust that. But I think that's the first step that I would suggest.
Well, just maybe to piggyback on that, I would be totally open to staff recommendations. So if you guys want to go back and say, this is how you've been getting it, we think you should keep doing it that way, or this is how you've been getting it, this is a better way, or you have not been getting it, this is what we recommend. I think we could
and I think
one up or down on your recommendations. If it feels like too many, I don't know, they just don't feel to me like I trust your judgment on what you think is the best. And then if we look at the whole thing, we can debate one or two of them if we feel like it's not clear, but I'd rather just go with your recommendations.
the other thing that I'd like you to do is talk to all of these entities that are supposed to be doing the reports and see how they feel they're conveying the information, and if they think there would be a better way to do it. Also, I just love that we have a sexton as an officer in the city. So this is like the happiest thing I've gotten out of the report on reports today. But talking to them and seeing how they felt like they conveyed the information, and if they realized they had this requirement, maybe like our library board would like an opportunity to give us more information and they didn't realize they had this tool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Piggy, sneeze.
Bless you.
Okay, on that note, I think that in this other column we're making, if we aren't getting the information, let's find out the man hours to get that information. I think that'd be relevant to making a decision. If it was like, this is a fun report, well, wait, that's man hours and valuable time. So let's find out if it's a constructive report that we really do need, or it's just for entertainment. So like, you know, but we cannot get a enforcement report because it's our favorite.
Yes.
But like, that's one report that we don't do a presentation on. I don't think we should. So, you know, not everything. I think a presentation in addition is too much. A written report is just fine for some of these things. So I don't think that is necessary.
So I will make a motion to direct staff to add another column to this list that captures how this information is being conveyed to us now, if indeed it is being conveyed to us, and give further instruction that they need to talk to all of the people, entities, whoever it is, who are supposed to be producing the reports, seeing if they feel that they're conveying the information to us, if they would like to use this process more, and how much time it takes for them to do these reports.
So will you say the second part again, please?
The second part is that they talk to the people who are, or entities that are supposed to generate the reports, see if they feel like they're already conveying the information to us, if they would like to use this as an opportunity to convey more, and how much time it takes for them to do these reports.
Thank you.
So that's the motion.
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, we'll take a vote. Councilor Shipley.
Yes.
Councilor McKay. Yes. Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth. Yes. Councilor Hoban.
Yes.
Councilor Handley.
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore.
Yes.
All right, that's unanimous, 7-0. Thanks so much, Abby. All right, next point, discussion regarding the Provo City property tax rate for general operations. And this will be presented by Justin Harrison.
Right, and so I promise this will be a much shorter presentation than the property tax. The last few property tax presentations. Essentially, at the August 8th Truth and Taxation hearing, the council split. We could not come to a majority opinion on what tax rate to adopt for the general operations portion of the tax rate. And so the ask was to come back with two proposed rates, so that the rate that was noticed and that cannot go any higher than was noticed was the rate of 0.000587. That's the rate on the left there. This would bring in an additional $254,316, or an increase of 4.82% to the general operations portion of the property tax. And you can see some of the other numbers there. This would be a roughly $7 increase to property taxes on the average Provo residence home.
Sorry to interrupt, but the bullet points on the slide say library property tax. Is that an error?
It is.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same thing.
I apologize. Thank you, Brian. So that is the general operations portion. So the other rate that was discussed was following a similar pattern as was adopted last year of 2.9, say ish%. And this roughly came out too. So the way that the state tax commission looks at the tax rates and reports them, it's only up to 6 decimals. So we got as close as we could here. So this would be roughly a 2.86% increase was that other option. So that's a rate of 0.000576 or additional general fund revenues of $151,943 or a $4.11 increase to the average residence home program. So I know that was a lot of numbers really quick. Any questions, any discussion?
Councilor Shipley.
Are we voting on the library independent of this part tonight, or are we lumping them together once we know which one of these we're doing?
So they will all be included in the final budget adoption. They're all part of the final budget ordinance.
So we're prepared to go with either one, though, the aggregate amount, including the library, depending on which one of these two.
So the hope was that there would be a consensus in this meeting so the staff can go back, insert that rate into the final budget resolution that would be adopted tonight.
Okay. Well, I don't think we need to rehash this. I've stated before, and you know, we don't need to go over this again, but I'm anxious to have something consistent for the public to digest when it comes to how we do truth and taxation year to year. I think we have more of a chance of having public support and longevity to this for future counselors as well if we do something that's more consistent with the long-term inflation rate. So that's why I proposed that we did something similar to what we did last year. I'd be happy with either one of these, though, in all fairness. I mean, it's not a huge dollar amount different, but with respect to what I committed to or felt like I committed to last year, that was, hey, this is long-term inflation. I think we should do truth and taxation consistent with long-term inflation. So that's why I'm proposing that we could stay consistent with that on an ongoing basis. And like I say, I am concerned that the longevity of this, you know, from a council perspective might be put in question if the public perceives that we can come back and ask for whatever we want year to year. I know there's rationale behind it, but I just, you know, if you ask the average citizen, like, what's the rationale behind it? I think they would have a hard time, you know, being able to express an opinion on why we ask for a different amount year to year. So I'd be supportive of something that was more consistent long term like that. And I hope that future councils will be consistent with this as well. So having said all that, I know this might be a little quick, but I just move that we adopt the smaller of these two, the one that's more consistent with long-term inflation.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Gilmore.
Yeah, problem I have with that is inflation isn't consistent. And talk about long term, you know, short number of years. Not looking at the fact that we haven't had an inflationary adjustment before last year, about 10, 12 years. That we've, in the last 2 years, we've had very high inflation. And I think I can appreciate the consistency issue, but the reality is that any council can change that year. We can't bind them to 3%. We've maybe done that 2 years in a row. It's a precedent, but it's not binding in these. My concern really boils down to public safety. We're still, we have an officer, the chief here, but my understanding is that we're about 10 or 12 short of the law enforcement standard that we would like to have, right? And we're talking about $9 and change is the increase in the average house here to get 2 officers. I think that's, for me, a very high priority. It's public safety. And I think that's easily settled with the public, particularly when take into account not just a small amount, but to see the larger picture. That property taxes go up generally in large amounts as a function of 2 things we have no control over. One is the school district, and the other is the assessment losses. As a PR matter, we get tagged for property tax increases. It's not our fault, right? But I'm in favor of going with the larger amount to augment our public safety efforts at this point. And it's kind of a partial catch-up for not dealing with inflation for the past 10, 12 years.
Yeah, I agree with Bill very strongly on this. I feel like, the public concerns that we heard were legitimate. But I think, as people heard the reasoning and the could get some clarification about the differences between who's assessing the taxes, what are different entities asking, and what is it exactly that the city's asking for and why. I think people are pretty supportive. I don't feel like the criticisms have been substantial enough to give me significant pause on this. I had one prolonged email exchange with someone who emailed all of us. And once I explained to him in a fair amount of detail, some things about our budget that he did not understand, he said, I agree with you and I support what you're doing. So I think we're doing the right thing. I think we're splitting hairs here that probably are not needed to split. And I think it does boil down to a pretty significant difference in my mind between 1 and 2 officers. And as Bill said, a pretty significant makeup over time of some inflationary issues. So I think it's a very modest but needed adjustment that I want to support for the larger amount. And I'm hoping that we're persuading one of you to change your mind. Sorry, I think Bill makes some very good points, and George as well. To Bill's early point about how inflation changes, and we know that near-term inflation has been different. I would say that it cuts both ways though, because for a decade the government was telling us inflation was between 1 and 1.5%, and my expectation for this would be that we wouldn't try to come down. If they told us inflation was 1, I think the need for this support of public safety would exceed that. And so I don't want to try to have a moving target on what the government tells us inflation is. I want it to be, like I say, I think that's why the long-term piece makes more sense to me, because I don't want to go down to 1% if the government tells us next year that it's 1% inflation. I think it makes more sense to have that consistent. And to both of their points about having additional officers, I think the need has been realized by the administration. I think that's why they called for 2 officers, independent of what we do with truth and taxation increase this year. And so I think we're trying to play some catch up through the administrative process, the administrative budgeting process, in addition to what we're doing here with truth and taxation. So unfortunately, a lot of the burden of that catch up does lay in their court as well, as far as, the expectation that we really are 12 short, that they'll try to bridge that gap even independent of what we do with truth and taxation. So I feel bad we can't reconcile that sooner than later. But I do think a lot of that burden lies on the budget process before we even get to it. Anyway, so for what it's worth, from an inflation standpoint and the fact that it changes each year, I think we have to be more consistent than what the government tells us inflation is.
Right. Any more discussion?
I'll just add one thing. So one thing that we end up doing with the Arts Council, and where they decide how to allocate the RAP tax, is you have these different proposals. People come in and say, my project costs $10,000. And we have this too with our CDBG funds and things like that. We're like, well, would you take less? Can you take less and still do what you want to do? This is a case where it's a certain amount of money that we have to do in order to get 2 officers, right? If we give them less, we can't get 2 officers for that. We can get 1 officer and maybe a little bit of change, loose change in the pocket. And so if the goal is to catch up on that, and at the same time catch up on years of falling behind with inflation, then it makes the most sense to go ahead and do the amount for the 2 officers. We just can't achieve that goal by only half funding it. And there are a lot of things in the city that we kind of get by with on volunteer work, and we have people who are very creative and make up for things. We do this all the time with our schools and PTA and volunteers. We get by on shoestrings because so many of us step forward. And that's how we're able to be so fiscally responsible and stretch our money as far as possible. But sometimes there's just a full cost that has to be paid in order to do what you want to do. And if what we want is to be able to fund the 2 officers to try to catch up on that, I think we have to do the full amount that we've noticed.
Right, any more discussion?
I think I'm having heartburn because we're gonna talk in a minute about tax incentives, and it's hard for me to kind of stomach the idea of we're gonna give up these taxes over here, and yet we're gonna then go and ask our citizens to pay more taxes. And so I think that's something I'm grappling with is, are we really exploring all of our options to fund, the library or police officers? And so, just creatively thinking like, okay, what if we went ahead and didn't approve the TIF, the additional TIFs on these buildings, on these developments, and then we took that revenue that we would have given away and used that to fund more police officers, or to eventually through a pass-through fund the library. Or what if we did approve them and then earmark that additional revenue that we would be gaining, hopefully through these successful projects, right, long term, and we'd be able to fund police officers in the library. If my math's correct, we could get caught up on the library and fund a few more police officers long term, at least, if we're looking at a 20-year TIF. It's quite a bit of revenue that we'd be giving up. What if we approve the TIF, or generating giving up if we approve the TIF, and also generating if we approve the TIF. So, assuming that the city isn't thinking like, oh, well, I already got plans to spend that money that we're going to be hypothetically generating down the road, why don't we just not raise taxes and then earmark that revenue, that future revenue, for more officers in the library? And we wouldn't have to raise taxes. Doesn't that seem like a fiscally responsible thing to do? Is like, okay, let's not raise taxes. Let's figure out how to use our taxes more efficiently. I know it's a crazy idea, but crazy idea compared to what we've been discussing. I mean, it's easy, just raise taxes. The hard part is thinking how to meet our needs as a city without having to do that, right? I mean, it's millions of dollars in potential TIF that we're giving away by approving the TIF, or tax revenue by approving the TIF, or conversely generating in addition by approving it. So if we either don't approve it and then capture that revenue, we can utilize it, or if we do approve it, then we generate more revenue and we can capture that revenue. And it all hinges on whether or not these developments would be successful or not without a TIF. And I think that's the biggest risk is if we don't do anything, does Noorda walk away? I don't think so. Or if we don't do anything, does the mix not get developed, whether it be with this developer or another? I don't think so. It's already, I mean, I don't know what's left to develop on the mix side, but I think both developments are probably going to succeed long term. So there's tax revenue there that we can utilize.
I think there's like 10 more acres to do with the mix, right? That was at 10 or 20.
It's a chunk. Yeah.
It's a significant chunk that they're saying they can't afford to do. I also think that there's a huge difference in something happening quicker than not with the Noorda. I think there's so much potential there for completely dramatically changing that part of town. And I'm not willing to take a chance on that not happening. Councilor Hill.
Just acknowledging the sincerity of your perspective. I have to disagree with one of your basic assumptions. you're assuming that this tax trade-off where we're taxing citizens here and giving them taxes there is a zero-sum game. It's not. The whole purpose behind the TIFs, and I don't like doing them willy-nilly, but the purpose behind a good TIF is in the long run, economic development, you end up generating more taxes, not the same amount. And so I think in the case of Noorda, if we approve that, the idea is we want to support the acceleration of that particular business development. I don't think we can underestimate the size and scope of potential, what's going on there with the medical school and everything that's going to come out of that, the synergistic elements. But it's just not a zero sum. It's not we're trading one for the other.
Well, I'm saying
with a TIF, you end up generating more tax, even though we give some of it away.
So let's earmark that for.
Without the TIF, you don't necessarily get that additional tax revenue.
Right, so we're going to generate more.
We can't find a new council and say in
Well,
20 years, you're going to spend this.
It's not in 20 years, it's
5 years. We can't do it.
right, but I think that the city will have more revenue, and if they really need more officers at that time, or if they need to fund the library, we probably have 8 to 10 years before the library runs out of money. If the city needs more money at that time, they're going to have it, right? If the TIF is successful, they'll have it.
But we need the money for the officers now.
Well, do we? We're down. We have 7 open FTE, so we have a lot of officer revenue that's not being spent that we have budgeted for officers. I'm just saying. I think there are other ways to do this than just say, well, let's just tax.
I don't hear any of those ideas from what you're saying, and we haven't had those ideas. I've been on the council for 5.5 years, and we struggled to budget the entire city budget, all of the expenses based on the revenue that we have. And one of the core areas of our revenue is fixed by law unless we call for this change in our tax. Philosophically, I'm not super thrilled by the fact that we have to call this a tax increase because it's the tax adjustment according to cost of living. So it seems to me reasonable that a city entity like ourselves should be able to make those adjustments annually. I'm happy to go through this process to do it, but it's not the same thing as saying we've run out of options. The only thing we can do is impose ourselves on our citizens. We are losing money every year because we don't make that adjustment. So if we say this, we're not going to do that, and we're going to keep finding money everywhere else, we're just going to be falling farther and farther behind. I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs from the budget discussion that the administration went through with the police department's expenses. Presumably because we have some of those open spots, we've been able to say we can make some increases here and there, but it's not sustainable over time to say that you're gonna have a city budget where your property tax is gonna be the same exact amount of money every year, even though your expenses are gonna keep going up, even though the city is gonna keep growing.
That's why I'm saying capture the additional revenue from the TIF and use.
Well, we're gonna need that money for all kinds of things, though. I mean.
Well, when we get there, let's figure that out then. Why do it now?
Because we plan for the future. We're looking down the road, not reactive every year. That's just good government.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not good to plan for the future. I'm just saying my plan is we're going to have more money from these successful TIFs, right? So let's use that money to cover some of these needs that we have identified.
So I think that one issue is that's a little bit speculative money. It's money that we hope to get, but property taxes is a sure source of funding. And I would like to have something where we know the expenses that we're always going to have this police officers who are not revenue generators really, to have them linked with a sure and stable source of funding. And honestly, all we can do is deal with the problem that's ahead of us right now. This present moment, these are our issues. This is what we're discussing. And we can look to the future and think in the future, we will have these needs and we will have these revenues. But let's come back to where we are right now with our current needs and our current tools. And I think that this is appropriate.
We have a motion on the table. Any more comments or should we vote? Remind us what the motion is.
To go with the lower amount, to move forward with the long-term question.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
If this motion for the lower amount fails, and then a possible second motion for the higher amount also fails, can we go back and revisit the first motion for the lower amount?
Well, at some point you're gonna have to, because budget has to be passed by the end of the day.
So we can do,
Budget-
we can
and
do
having
all
a
of that
budget-
in this.
Having a budget number is contingent upon setting the rates. You have to set the rate.
I'm just making sure that we don't run afoul of rules of order by possibly doing the same motion twice in one little hearing. So, okay, thank you.
All right, so we will take a vote on the motion to increase the property tax by the 0.000576. Patrice McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple.
No.
Counselor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Counselor Hoban.
No.
Counselor Henley.
No.
Counselor Gilmore.
No.
Counselor Shipley.
Yes.
All right, so that is 3-4. It did not pass. Does someone like to make another motion?
I'll make a motion that we increase, property tax revenue, at the rate of 0.000587.
Second. Just to clarify the motion, we're not raising it by that amount, it's going to that amount. Sorry.
Yes.
Just, sorry. Yeah.
We don't want chaos.
We want to double.
All right, any discussion on that motion? All right.
Yeah, I mean, to Councilor Whipple's point, if we're kind of in a situation here where it's one of, it's this or nothing. Like I mentioned before, I'd rather have us do something from a true taxation standpoint as far as some kind of increase. And I've talked about that. Maybe I've convinced some of you that this is so important that you've gone to that higher amount. I don't know. Because I was so persuasive about how important it is. I do blame you. But honestly, I'd rather have something than nothing. So that's part of my.
You can vote for it now if you want to.
It's on the table.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I guess we need to hear more from Mr. Hogan, because if you're gonna say no to any increase,
You're gonna get the higher one.
then we're gonna get the higher one potentially. I mean, that's the choice that you make.
Yeah, I think we should not raise taxes unless, people have been beat up over the last few years. It just seems like a bad time. And maybe there's never a good time, I guess, is probably what most of us would say. But I think specifically in the last few years, we've seen property values increase so much and such that to me, it makes sense to, I get that we can't bind future councils, but I would say if we're planning ahead, let's plan ahead to utilize this incoming revenue in the next 5+ years to start funding some of this stuff that we need funded, as opposed to increasing it now.
I guess what I'm asking you is, if you had the choice right now of being able to vote no or having the higher of the two go through, which is more important?
Well, I wasn't planning to vote yes on either one. So just based on my rationale, I think we can capture other revenue in the future and we don't need to raise it right now. That's all I'm saying. I think we can be smart in the future and fund this stuff.
Councilor Thornton.
Just what I'm struggling with is this unspoken sense of find the right phrase on taxation psychology. I agree that the consumer, generally, our citizens, to use your word, have been hammered by assessments going up and sometimes perplexingly variation with their neighbor next door. We don't have any control of that though. They've been hammered by inflation generally, but so is the city being hammered by inflation. Our citizens, here we are, we got the Milken Institute Award, best managed city in the country. Our citizens expect a certain level of services. But our resources are shrinking if we don't accommodate inflation. And as a matter of perspective, we seem to be struggling over relatively minute adjustment. We're talking here about the difference between $4 and something and $9 and something per average house in Provo. That's nothing. Unless we're just really concerned about the larger taxpayer reaction to anything called a tax increase. I think what we have to focus on is what's best for the city. What does Provo need? What is in the best interest of our city? That seems to be a very easy conclusion.
Well, but Bill, okay, if these TIFs are successful and Noorda generates more revenue and the mix generates more revenue, what are we going to do with that revenue? How about we fund police officers in the library, right?
We can't do that.
Yes, we can.
We're not going to be on the council when that
Future councils can't. So if we don't pass a tax increase today, the city will find a way to pay for police officers and the library. They're not going to let police officers go, and they're not going to let a library go. Okay, so they're going to have more revenue, and they can then use that revenue. You see what I'm saying? We can't make it so easy to just say we're just going to increase revenue again. We just did it last year. We didn't even utilize those funds, right? Because we a clerical error, we didn't allocate them technically. So I'm just saying, like, the city will find a way. They will have more revenue in 5+ years if these TIFs are successful. They'll find a way to pay for those police officers and the library, right?
Yeah, but I want that money to pay for sidewalks, Travis. There are other things that the city is not paying for now because we don't have money
So
to
maybe
do
we
it.
should start asking them to find a way.
Yeah.
We do every year.
They find a way every year to fund everything.
And they'll keep finding a way.
But there are lots of things they will never be able to. Anyway, we're
wants and needs.
We're not going to persuade one another of these. So.
Mr.
I just want to make a clarifying comment about Councilor Whipple's question earlier. I think this was clear in my mind, but I just want to make sure that it's clear in everybody's mind. I was not suggesting earlier that you have to pass in this work session a motion that picks one of these two rates. Because if no such motion passes, then you're going to get a budget ordinance tonight that has 560 in it, right? What my point was that tonight you have to pass the budget ordinance, and that budget ordinance has to have a tax rate in it. And you're gonna have to vote on the budget ordinance, whether the tax rate in it is 560 or 576 or 587. So you will end up making a decision. But there are 3 options, not 2.
Right, but the default of us not being able to vote and agree on something is no increase going forward. But we can go back to the first motion if we want.
And I guess the other point that I would make, and
I would gladly support the first one. I'm just going to say it now. If it means if the second one is defeated.
Hey, Mr. Jones.
So I'm sorry.
Well, and I just wanted to clarify, and I hate to say this but I feel like I feel compelled to. Whatever you do right now isn't binding anyway until you vote on the budget ordinance tonight. You could decide something right now, which all we're asking you is to help staff prepare the document that's going to vote in later. But we could have this whole discussion again tonight if you want to.
We can make it crazy. Yeah.
Don't drop the number.
I know. I didn't want to, but.
Okay, well, we do have a motion on the table. Are we ready to vote, or is there more discussion? All right, Councilor Whipple.
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth.
No.
Councilor Hoban.
No.
Councilor Hanley.
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councilor.
True.
Counselor McKay, no. All right, so I'll make a second motion, a third motion, I guess, that we do the original lower amount. And the 0000576. Do I have a second for that?
She's revisiting the first motion.
I'll second.
All right, Shannon Ellsworth second. We will do a vote now. Counselor Ellsworth.
Yes.
Counselor Hoban.
No.
Counselor Hanley.
Yes.
Counselor Fillmore.
Reluctant, yes.
Counselor Shipley.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Woohoo! All right, so that's 6-1. So that motion passes. And again, this is not binding. We can have all sorts of chaos tonight. So, but we will plan on that.
So the last part, to not avoid any situation where the new revenue is not allocated, we just ask for a formal motion. It's been alluded to, it's been said a few times, but not formally, that this was funding for an additional officer or what budget account you would like this go into. So if there's a formal motion, that would be
In this meeting,
I'll
move that this additional funding that we would be approving would go specifically for the hiring of an additional officer. In addition to, and I think we need to clarify that not just the already allotted budget increases. Does that make sense? So I don't know how we do that, but the budget doesn't call for 2 officers, so I want to make sure that the budget would then have called for 3
this additional revenue would be added to the police personnel account. Is that where you're?
For an additional.
I feel like that's what happened last year, and
It's actually not what happened last year. It didn't get added to the account. When
That's
you
what
added
I
it, voted on the budget.
Dave, can you
Right.
restate?
we just have to clarify that it adds to, I don't know how to do this the right way, because
The other 2 are already in.
so do we need to say this would be an additional officer to the previous, but it's the same budget, I guess is what I'm saying. So how do we say this in a way?
Well, but as my understanding, Kelsey or John can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the budget that you've seen so far, both in the police personnel line item and in the total number of the budget, it does not include this $152,000.
Right.
So
that's what he's asking.
Yeah.
Can we, I will make a motion and you can help me with the word. Well, sorry, you were gonna make the motion, so.
Doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that it adds an additional officer, not, hey, we can use this to the 2 that we already have budgeted. Does that make sense?
Well, it does, although I guess as a legal principle, I don't know that you can do that. I think the extent of your authority is actually to add it to the personnel budget in the personnel line, the police budget, with a clear statement of your intention of what you want is for them to use it to hire an additional officer. But at the end of the day, they spend the money in the personnel line.
I have a question before you move, please. Okay, so the 254 was enough for 2 officers. So that means it's 127, 158 per officer. Is that correct, Mr. Morgan? Okay, so if we do as we've approved the 151, that means we have enough for 1 officer plus $24,785.
Right.
So are we putting that other 24/7, which is not enough to get another officer, into the public safety budget? Yes. Okay, that was all I wanted to make it clear.
It all goes in.
But we still need to make a motion on that.
Yes.
And I so move. Yeah, we can't line item it anymore. So.
Well, but we should make clear our intention.
And I think we have.
Ask the mayor if she clearly understands our
I
intent.
clearly understand.
Yeah, I mean, I would
How
love to
much
see
more
that
explanation?
24K goes to like the COP program and, outreach and stuff, since it's not enough to do another officer. I'd love to see it do the things that officers do to interact with people in a really positive way.
Dogs in parks.
Dogs in parks.
Dog owners.
And I think we just can put it in the budget and then they decide, but with.
They know what they're
They're
doing.
so good. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
All
do
right.
we have a second?
Wait, was the motion clearly stated?
Yeah, we're.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where that goes to the police.
I'm seeing muttering in the back from, and I think I know what you're asking. I want to make sure. Does it all need to go into personnel, or do you need some of it to go into fleet so you can buy the car?
Just has to go in the police budget.
Okay, so
The thing that I'm having a hard time with here is that I thought we did that very clearly last year, and then there was a problem. So I guess if we do the same, idea this year, that we want it to go to the police department, is it clear that we want that for one additional FTE among other expenses that have to be
We
executed?
went back and actually viewed the minutes last year, and we could not see where specifically there was a discussion like we're having right now that it was supposed to go to the public city.
We said that 20 times.
well, but I think there's a difference between saying and making the motion. I think at the end of the day, we just voted on the
We
budget
moved.
Okay.
and didn't say, when you go put this money into the budget, here's what you want.
So bottom line is we did not get that extra police officer. It was spent on something else.
It wasn't spent.
Still there, the bucket is still there.
But it becomes part of the budget
It's
this year,
for
so
FTEs.
there's.
So it is,
Exactly.
that has been allocated. It is actually paying for another officer, just.
It's one of the two. Well, it's one of the two that we're getting in the sheriff's budget.
Okay.
Okay,
Well, so the motion is to give it to the police department budget. With our hope that it would include a new officer. I will second that.
all right, let's take a vote.
Take over.
Councilor Holman,
So technically, the motion would be if approved tonight, it would be allocated, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You're saying where that money should go.
If approved, yeah. Yes.
Councilor Henley,
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore, Councilor Shipley,
Yes.
myself, McKay, yes, Councilor Whipple,
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth. Yes. Right, that is unanimous. 7 yeses. All right, we have a break. Ooh, we're doing so good. All right, we'll come back at 3:50. Perfectly on time.
Well, the problem is I slide.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
If there is no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council work meeting and convene as the governing board of the redevelopment by unanimous consent.
So this is the meeting of the Provo City RDA 4. We have one item of business. It's a discussion regarding expanding the tax increment finance agreement with the Noorda College of Osteopathic Medicine. We have 40 minutes for this agenda item, and it will be presented by Keith Moore.
Great, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. Not to revisit too much of this, but just for context, if you remember, we've been talking about this issue for a little bit, and we've had this item on the agenda a couple of different times. And there were some questions that hopefully we've answered and gotten those answers back to you. But the primary issue for Noorda is when we entered into this project, very first of all, the economy was much different, and I think we anticipated, and they did too, that the housing project would be able to begin much more quickly than it's turned out that the economy has allowed them to do. And so as they evaluated what those options were and how to mitigate both the costs of eliminating the old landfill and construction costs, rising interest rates rising, one of the things that they began to determine was both expanding the project area and including the existing building that's under construction that's about to be completed right now, and to extend the length of time that the tax increment deal would be in place with Provo City. There's a couple of reasons for both of those. One of the reasons to potentially include the new building is because the way the original agreement was drafted, tax increment will not begin to flow back to the city and back to the project area until the residential component is completed. Since we don't know when that is, we can't go to the county and we can't start that clock. With the existing building in place, we have the option of looking at that and saying, is that an asset that we want to utilize both to pay ourselves back for the $2.1 million that we have loaned to make the improvements to the golf course, and to allow the developer to capitalize that revenue stream sooner, so that they can move on to the next phase of the project. And it's important to understand that because the tax increment agreement as it stands right now can't be triggered until the residential is completed. But we could hypothetically go to the county as soon as that building is completed and start the tax increment flow right now. And so that compresses the opportunity to be able to utilize that money and makes it much more available in more approximate amount of time for both us and for them. And that's important. The other, I think, critical thing for you to consider, the primary reason why they're asking for the term, the length of the tax increment deal to be extended, is the way the tax increment agreement is structured right now. Not only does it not start until the residential is completed, so several years from now, but we also agreed that 75% of the total tax increment created would flow back to the city first, so that we could pay ourselves back. Which, you know, in our best interest, that probably made sense at the time. So what the developer is telling you is because of all the escalated costs that they have, the cost for the landfill, the rising construction costs, the interest rates, the fact that we are going to take the largest portion of that tax increment for the first 4 or 5 years until we pay ourselves back makes it much more difficult for them to capitalize revenue stream before we begin the next phase of the project and to pay themselves back for debt or for expenses that they've incurred to get the project started. So those are the two reasons why they're asking for the amendments to the agreement. And I think we've kind of clarified hopefully some of the questions, but I'm happy to answer any others. We've got a full team from Noorda here, I think, to both thank us for our participation, thank us for our vision and our belief in that project. And maybe just before I ask you a brief question, just so you know, from my perspective, this is exactly what economic development and redevelopment looks like. Right? I mean, you take a blighted piece of property that was an old landfill and you put it back to productive use, and you put it back on the tax rolls, and you build high value properties on it that are going to create high paying jobs with the potential for those residents to live in our community to spend their discretionary income in our grocery stores and our stores to support our economy. I mean, I don't think it gets much better than this. I mean, to have a medical campus with a research component here in Provo, when we went and interviewed the director of the hospital here, his comments about how thrilled they are because of the network that it creates for them to have access to students doing their residency in their hospital, that potentially will stay here and become doctors here in our community is valuable to them, as opposed to try to recruit from across the country or training doctors that are going to leave and go some other places around the country. So I'd say it's a win-win all the way around. And when I think about the value of that one building, and the $100,000 a year for property tax that we could potentially keep, I think that's a very small investment to ask to expedite a development that's going to give such huge value to our communities.
Okay. There were questions that were brought up last time, and I just wanted to address those first. Did anyone have follow-up questions there, or did they feel that was satisfactory?
Just one quick follow-up.
Sure.
To something you just talked about, because on the numbers, on some of the answers, I was trying to think, how do we pay that back in 5 years if it's $100,000 a year? But you're saying it's 75% of the total increment.
Correct.
So the counties,
right? School district,
every portion, 75% of that goes back to our.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, Keith, can I add that the first year is actually $257, and it goes up from there.
Well, I thought I had asked some questions and I got some answers,
Mhm.
and it might be useful to share those answers. But the basic gist was that my main question was, kind of how much are we giving up in order to pay back the interfund loan quicker? And it was $1.2 million. That basically, and if we pull the building in and give it the TIF, then it's $1.2 million that we're going to be giving back to the project. And yes, that would enable us to start paying off the interfund loan more quickly. But I felt like that was a big price to pay. Now, I will say there's more nuances to all this as I've dug deeper, and Keith has taken time, and Dixon and John have all taken time to answer my questions. And so I really appreciated that. But I think that was probably the biggest heartburn I had initially, was just, man, that's a big price to pay just to pay ourselves back earlier, 3 to 8 years sooner. And so I think that's still a lingering concern of mine. I think another concern is that I would have loved to utilize this additional tax revenue to cover some of our needs that have been expressed previously. And I know we can't bind future councils, but to indicate our intent that transfers be made or whatever. But that didn't fly. So the other questions were around, if we do expand the project and then expand the number of years, how much additional tax revenue are we sort of giving up by doing that? And I know it's all on paper, right? We're giving up hypothetical tax revenue by expanding or adding on the years, because we don't know if this project's, going to expand or really going to happen, and we hope it will. But it was to the amount of several $1 million additional tax revenue that we'd be giving up if we add on more years or add more TIF to the project. So just wanted to share that there is a price to pay, so to speak, by adding on years or expanding the project or pulling in the additional building. And that revenue, of course, could be used to fund lots of things, So I think the question for me is, well, will this project succeed without the TIF? If it will, then why are we giving up the tax revenue that we could use millions of dollars in tax revenue to pay for other things like sidewalks or police officers, et cetera? But then again, will the project succeed without it? That's the question. So and I just want to say those are my questions. Those are the answers I kind of got based on the last minute.
Because I agree. And I think you're asking the same philosophical questions that the school district asks every time we go to them. Maybe this project gets built without us, and you're asking us to give up lunch money for our poor kids to guarantee this is gonna happen. And I think the case that we historically have tried to make is, you look at that piece of property and no development had happened on that property until we agreed to this partnership, right? And I think you could say that in other redevelopment areas, like Country Plaza. How many years did that piece of property stay vacant and blighted until we stepped in to say, obviously there's something going on here in the market, that the market isn't solving on its own. And so we're going to partner with these other taxing entities to sacrifice a portion of future development on particular property opportunity to incentivize that development right now, because we're not willing to run the risk that it might not ever happen. And so although I understand your concerns, I think I would caution us to have that kind of a resting place for our belief structure, because to have that perspective means the redevelopment is not a tool that we're going to use in Provo, because there's the potential that those developments are going to happen anyway, and we think that the value of giving up those dollars is more important to us than we're willing to risk. And I think that's because redevelopment is one of the few tools, if not the only tool that we have. I would really, really hope that we don't do that, because I think it would be incredibly limiting.
Are there other questions from the board?
Yeah, so, you know, and I think I mentioned this before, the extension of time, the expansion of the project, I think those are unique tools of RDA for incentivizing everything that we want to see. The existing building part is still it's bouncing around in my head. It's really hard for me to get my mind around why are we incenting something that's already exists, theoretically. So I guess my question is, and maybe this is unanswerable, how much faster does the housing take place based on including it versus not? And is there a legitimate concern at this point that housing will never happen on this site, other commercial development will never happen on this site, if not for including that building? Because again, I think the extension, you know, I don't get any heartburn about that. The expansion, I don't get any heartburn about that. The expansion as to the rest of the future commercial use, the future, you know, things that aren't there yet. It's the expansion of an existing property that I think is going outside of something we've ever done or I've ever seen. So I just want to make sure that moves the needle.
So I'll give you my answer. Then I think that's probably a fair question to ask the developer. My assessment is that it's a revenue stream that, if we make it available to them, could benefit both parties, because it gives us something to work with today that we might not have for several years to come. I don't think that means the project doesn't need to move forward. So I think if you decided, because you just don't have the comfort level to fold the building back in, I think the project is probably still going to move forward. I don't think that it's going to doom the project and it's never going to happen. And so I think if we're uncomfortable enough about folding that building in, I think that's a concession that we could probably make, and the developer would probably understand our position and would probably be willing to move forward. I think one of the things that we ought to discuss with them, though, is what they think the future of the residential is and what kinds of commitments they can offer us. And maybe potentially say, we're willing to talk about folding the building in, but we want to guarantee that housing is going to start, and here's when we want to start by, or something. I mean, I think that's a fair discussion, a fair negotiation strategy that maybe you pursue.
Even a speculation as to how fast housing could be completed with the road or without. I mean, I think just having an understanding of those two things might be helpful.
Yeah, I think that's what we look at.
Do we want to hear from the developer on that?
I think so. Yeah, I think also that.
I agree with Keith. I'm a great steward, and I'm with you medical. I agree with Keith that if this is not approved and if the building's not included, that is not going to do this project. But the economic conditions today are such that every advantage that we can have will help get that project built, and especially the housing. We have, I don't know if the council's aware, but we currently have an approved set of plans at the city, and we are ready to pull a permit. And we haven't been able to pull a permit because we don't have financing. And so every little bit helps us to get that financing. And if I had it today, I have every incentive to get this built. It's how I make money. And with market conditions, however, it has stalled us out. And TIF for the housing really makes a difference, especially with the housing, because the housing is different than a biotechnical building. Because the biotechnical guys that come in and sign a lease, they typically have the ability to pay that lease. But every dime that you charge tenants in additional rent to make up for the increased cost of the project, the increased interest rates, and that sort of thing, is offset by things like TIF and like the PID that we have. And those go to helping us get this project started. And so, and I agree, as I said, I agree with Keith that it would not doom the project, but I think it would delay it. I don't know for how long. Until interest rates start coming down, or till the market turns, or till prices or cost of materials start coming down, which may never happen. And so that would be my answer, yes.
Yeah. Board membership.
So when you talk about ready to pull a permit, don't have financing, is that ready to pull a permit on the full project or a phase one?
It's on phase one.
And phase one is how many units?
321 units on the east side.
And how many units total? Would be
700.
So almost half the units would be on this first phase.
Yes.
Is there already a commitment from somebody to finance, but only if you've got some incentive? I mean, so
don't have that.
Even if we pass it, there's no guarantee that it happens tomorrow.
Correct.
It just is one more element that might help the project move faster.
Correct.
Okay.
Board member.
That was really helpful. Thank you. I am very anxious for this to move forward. It is a difficult market, and I recognize that. I'm just so excited what this will do for this part of town. And it's been a part of town that struggled economically for so long. I'm excited about bringing in doctors. I'm excited about bringing in professors. I'm excited about bringing in more students in a, higher degree that, and family, a lot of them have families with them. I'm excited to the vitality of that part of town. I'm excited about the possibility of increasing some of our median income by bringing in the doctor and increasing that, more professors. They're high paying jobs, comparatively. I'm excited about, the campus looks beautiful, what you've done so far. So I expect the rest to be beautiful too. And I think even just the anticipation of this and what you've done so far you've seen the changes happening in East Bay, and I think that's really exciting. I want this done sooner than later. And I think it's a respectable ask to how much faster I believe it will make it move in the end to get the end result of the full economic impact, which will be significant, I believe. And I'm good with the building in, but if other counselors need that building out to make this go through, then I'd rather that than nothing, for sure.
Thank you. Did you have any questions that you wanted to ask? Yeah, let's go with questions from board member.
Okay, so my first question is a clarification. One of the concerns is I want to have a clear start and cutoff date for this. And so based on the information that we were given in the packet, it looks like if we include the building, then we will have a definite start date for the 20-year period, and then we will have a definite end date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is the building supposed to be done next year or this year?
Building, it's done.
It's done now?
Done, yeah, we got a seal last week.
Congratulations.
Thanks to the city.
Wonderful.
No, it's a beautiful building.
So that means it would start whenever we pass
As soon as I call the county and say start the clock.
Okay, so it would be done in 2043. So
Right.
20 years from now.
Right.
Because if we don't include that building, then we don't have a definite start date.
Right.
And so that start date could be 5 years from now. In that case, it might be close to 2040
Right.
anyway.
Correct.
So my concern is that I know when this period is so that we can plan other projects and other things around this.
It's only
And
that building though, right?
No, it would be the whole project.
Project. Once we start the clock, it would be for the project area.
The housing as well?
Yeah.
Everything,
Yeah.
all the commercial.
Everything's in there. And so I like the idea of having a definite start, a definite end date, so that we can make other plans. Because if we don't have that definite start date, then this thing is hanging out, threatening other things that we would want to do. Like we might want to start on something else, but not feel like we can because this might come up. Is that?
I agree with that, and just so you know, from my perspective, as your economic development director, I think it's to our best interest because every year that clock steps forward, the developer becomes more and more and more incentivized to make sure that they're doing whatever portions of the project they need help with, because that window of tax increment gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. So I think there's strong motivation by starting the clock to get them to invest and get this built, because that's when they get the maximum percentage of tax increment.
Yeah. So my second thought is about the value of money and the cost of things. I think if we have the money now, we can buy more with it with today's prices than we will be able to in 5 years. And that's true for the developer as well, right?
Correct.
Because this amount of money will be worth less in the future than it is in the present. And so even though we could be losing money by giving away this tax increment and including the building, I think the value that we get for that by having that money now to be able to put to our other projects is worth it. And it's certainly worth it to the developer to get the little portion because that's how he's able to move forward. So I think it's not just the flat dollar amount, it's when you have those dollar amounts that really matters quite a bit. The last one, or my last thought, which is less of a question, but we desperately need more housing stock in the city. And you're already bringing in students and their families. You've got another class that's just starting. And we have what, a 2% vacancy rate? We need you to build this housing for your students because that's putting more pressure on everywhere else in the city and surrounding cities. And so whatever we can do to help you get that housing built right now is helpful for the city as a whole, because housing is one of our biggest issues that we've got. And so here we have a partial solution. And like I say, we want them to bring them in. We want you to have this school and everything, but it will really help if you're able to offer housing to a lot of your people as well.
Are there other questions from the board?
I do have clarifying questions.
Sure.
So the 20-year clock would start ticking immediately, essentially. But for the land that currently is slotted to be housing, that's unimproved. So there's not going to be much tax revenue coming in on that until it's developed and occupied and such, right? So, but the 20-year clock still is ticking from day one.
Correct.
So if they took 5 years.
So, I mean, here's the thing too. I mean, we're going to ask the county to take the snapshot of what the value is, you know, when we start the clock. And so then we'll be calculating the increment from that point forward. So every nail that goes into the property, every rock, every ounce of cement just increases that property value more and more and more the minute we start that. So the sooner the better. I mean, otherwise there's just lost
and otherwise it doesn't start. Otherwise, the 12-year clock doesn't start until
the housing's completed.
The housing's completed.
Or until the first release.
So if it takes 5 years from now to get that done, and we start taxing today, even if there's not a lot of revenue. Basically, there's 15 years of TIF remaining at that point that we might get some revenue. So maybe they get a benefit of a few years.
Well, there's 12 years, right? Because that agreement is a 12-year deal. So that doesn't start until the housing starts, and it's 12 years.
Right, unless we make this change.
Right, correct.
Yeah. I'm saying the difference is we're gonna do 12 years or 15 years maybe, because it's probably gonna take 5 years to get this built or whatever. Okay, that was something I didn't understand before, so I appreciate that. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Board member Bill.
Actually, I had a longer commentary to make, but I feel impressed to say amen to Rachel's closing argument. I thought that was pretty effective. Really well stated. You know, whether we're talking about accelerating the clock and hence revenue to the city, or the synergy this will generate with the burgeoning biotech industry in the city, doctors available for the hospital, et cetera, et cetera. We also simply acknowledge we've had a partnership of sorts with Noorda for several years. And we've worked together, we've made concessions, they've made concessions, but out of that comes some really good things. Not to mention improvement to the golf course, a fairly significant one. We had to just acknowledge they took some risks. And one risk they didn't anticipate was the pandemic, the supply chain problems, the inflationary increase in building supplies. I mean, just acknowledge the reality of that, and our partner, so to speak, has had to shoulder a far bigger burden of risk than they ever anticipated. And so if we can help them make this a reality and speed it along, we're all going to win from this.
Yeah, board member Handel.
I always like it when I agree with Bill.
Okay. So we have just over 10 more minutes for this. If there was more discussion, if not, we do want to solicit a motion giving the RDA staff further direction.
I give a motion that we go ahead with the tax increment financing, expanding it to the 20 years and starting now. Is that the?
So including the existing building.
Including
Yes.
the existing building.
Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Any conversation on the motion? Yes.
I think one concern I still have is, when are we going to get this housing done? And I know it's just market conditions, but really, I know you're motivated to get it done, but I mean, could we say we get 100% to pay off our interfund loan until the housing's done? You know, I don't know. I would love to provide some more incentive to get this housing going, but then we're also giving them a better tax break to try to get the housing going. So I don't know. It's just, I hate that we're kind of waiting on this housing, but I guess the incentive is that the clock is ticking, right?
Right.
So I think that your clarifying point, I think, kind of resolves that concern. I guess thanks for letting me talk that out. Send me to therapy, Bill.
It's kind of wonderful too, right? Because if we pass this, then the sooner they get that housing done, the sooner they're able to get the tax increment on it, and it could be for longer than 12 years.
Yeah,
but if they're slow,
because
then
the
they
clock
could
is
be
ticking, yeah.
right. So if it takes them 10 years, then they would get less than the 12 years, which was the original agreement.
Yeah.
So we've created an incentive for them with this.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a small counter, and maybe not very realistic, but we're giving them something in TIF that doesn't necessarily require the housing, doesn't require any of those commercial aspirations to take place. So what we have now is, if you don't do those things that we really want, you don't get any TIF. What we're moving to is you're going to get a load of TIF, even if you don't do those things. And that makes me a little nervous, because if economic conditions worsen over the coming 5 to 10 years, and they just decide, look, we can't expand any of this stuff, even with the TIF, then all we've done is given them a lot more money for not getting us what we had hoped for from the project.
But there's not more money if they don't build the things.
There is a lot more money because the building wasn't included. They get it because we're going to include the building. So we're giving them a lot of money to include the building, even if they don't do anything with this project going forward. I know they're motivated to. I'm just saying a risk to the city is that if economic conditions don't allow the expansion of this project, we've just given away a bunch of TIF and not gotten, so in a normal TIF, you're motivating something that hasn't occurred, right? We're motivating we're trying to motivate something that hasn't occurred, but we're giving money for something that already has occurred. And it's a little bit of a, so it does pose a significant risk to us as well. I mean, developer always takes risk, with a project like this, and has to be dependent on what market conditions are. But there is a flip side to this clock starting that we're giving away something for the hope that it will happen. And again, that's my, I just cannot get my mind around the existing building part. We might need to write something in for me to be supportive of this that has something to do with completion deadlines or just, I don't know if we can even do that, but just something that helps beyond just hope, hope for something that hasn't happened yet, if we're going to include something that's already happened, if that makes sense.
It does. I was trying to think of how we could actually accomplish that, or what we could do.
Could we do something that if certain additional structures aren't created, then the time period decreases? Like if you haven't built another building in the next 2 years, then we drop 2 years off of the period and it gets shorter. I don't know if that's possible.
Can I just say this about that statement right there? I think the likelihood is it's more likely that we will build one of those biotech buildings and a parking structure before the housing is complete. And the reason I say that is because we're obligated to provide parking for our agreement with the city. And so we have to build one of those parking structures. And one of the ways we're going to get that done is by monetizing the TIF and financing it that way, that parking structure. And so a parking structure will absolutely get built. And I'm hoping a building right next to it. And so I would rather commit to that rather than the housing. And I think as long as we're adding value.
But again, for us, like a parking structure and a commercial building still adds to the tax base.
Correct.
Yeah.
If it sits and nothing gets added, then we just gave away something for nothing.
Understood.
Just a potential
But
positive.
for our agreement with the city, and I think we've performed on almost every agreement. Well, we've performed on every agreement that we've had with the city. To this point, we have to build that parking structure. And we have parking until June of next year. And we're going to have to phase that, but we're going to have that parking structure, we hope, underway by the spring of next year. I'm hoping that, and I'm less confident about giving you a commitment about when that housing is going to be done than I am with the parking structures and the office buildings that are going to come out of the medical school. But I'm under intense pressure right now to get that housing built. Because number one, I'm working with a couple of large developers from out of state that I hopefully are coming in, and what the TIF does, it really motivates them, because really, if we give an allotment of a certain amount of TIF to the housing, it really helps their numbers by $500,000 a year. And in terms of cash flow to an apartment complex, that's a big deal. And that offsets a huge amount of interest that they may be paying because of increased interest rates. So I'm not telling you that I'm absolutely going to start those housing, the first phase of the housing by spring of next year, but that's my goal. And I think we have a little bit of credibility because we have a $140 million office building that we've completed. And of course, the market conditions were different, but nevertheless, we performed on that, and we're going to perform on this.
So, sorry, I just want to say there is a motion that is on the floor, so we need to be discussing the motion or creating a substitute motion.
Can I ask a question
Well, I think,
to
does the
clarify?
board want to continue this motion or?
Let's keep it on the table.
Can we repeat what the motion was? I forgot already.
I wouldn't be able to support the motion unless we come up with some kind of plan, and I think we can. So that's, I guess, why I think we need some questions answered. So, so for example, I did not know that the developer would prioritize some of the monetization of this TIF to go towards a parking structure. I had no idea before this conversation. So that sounds more concrete to me, literally, to getting some additional value right away from accomplishing this. And of course, there's a commitment to do it regardless. Anyway, but the value change would happen, within a shorter order, with or without market conditions, I think, for parking. So I guess just adding some context to this, but it sounds like the parking structure and a commercial building along with the parking structure might be something that the developer might be able to, we might be able to come to some kind of agreement that says, look, here's some timetables for this that would help us, that help me feel more comfortable that we're going to get something. We're definitely going to get something. It's not going to sit for 20 years and then and then we're going to say, wow, we just gave away a lot of TIF for a completed bill that we could have collected tax revenue on this entire time. Anyway.
Well, developers are eternal optimists, right?
Sure.
I mean,
and we're glad.
we have to be. And we have, as I said, it's more likely that we will complete a parking structure and and one of those office buildings in the next 2 years than one of the housing projects. But I have every confidence that we will be underway on that housing.
So I just move that we do a substitute motion that just adds to the motion that we have a parking structure within 5 years and housing within 10 years in order to maintain this 20-year extension that we're offering on the entire project. And again, I don't know how to word this, but that's how I would allow an existing building to be added to something that's supposed to motivate future construction.
And I would agree that.
Is there a second to the motion?
Is that a substitute or an amendment?
Amendment, excuse me.
Is there a
There
second?
was a second, Bill, or was this, okay, so I'll second it. Okay.
The amendment.
The amended motion.
Or you think that is doable?
Absolutely.
You're happy with that? Okay, I will second that.
Okay, was there discussion on the amendment?
How do we word so it's a poorly worded amendment because we want the 5 years on the parking, we want 10 years on the housing, but what's the repercussion of not accomplishing that? And I think that's an important part of it. Like there's something that gets pulled back. I would even go as far as to say, like, we're pulling the building out of the TIF if we don't accomplish those two parts of it.
That's the question I wanted to raise. Okay?
Yes, you may.
I would not like to see the entire building pulled out. I like Rachel's idea. I thought that was a good possibility. If we combine carrots and sticks, it'd be great. I was afraid that Mr. Shipley was going to ask you to personally guarantee housing project. You're okay? Yeah. But I think
I'm a developer.
And I'm off the council in 6 months.
But short of that, Rachel had suggested the possibility that maybe what happens is if you don't reach certain milestones, 20 years gets foreshortened incremental. Would you go? That's a combination of carrots and sticks.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good idea.
Is that a possibility with the school district in conjunction with us? I mean, even if we were to
Yeah, that just starts to get really complicated. I mean, I think I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I'm almost inclined to think, one of the problems is going to be if we start reducing years, they're going to try to monetize this. They're probably going to get commitments from financial institutions based on the length of that term, right?
And then we're
So if we're reaching an agreement that basically gives us the opportunity to slice that back, their financial institutions are going to see that and say, we're not guaranteed that kind of a 20-year revenue stream anymore because it could expire. So we're not going to, can't rely on it for whatever.
Give us an alternative.
But you could do something potentially that says that
if they don't have those buildings under construction within that period of time, that they owe back to the city at that period of time, the portion of the tax increment that we would have gotten on the building that we put in, maybe. Or something like that.
Are these TIF agreements like literally like a contract that's written up and signed? And
yes.
We consider something.
Okay. So we just have, I mean, we're at time, but
we don't have a closed session, so.
yeah, I was gonna say that we don't have a closed
Just keep
session. I
arguing.
do wanna focus on the amended motion. Can we get a repeat of the amended motion for clarity?
Yeah, and I need to redo it. I mean, it needs to have both components. So it's worthless for us to say, hey, we're gonna amend this to say that they have to have something done in a certain amount of time if there's not any result that comes. So yeah, so I guess I would draw it if we don't yet have something worked out.
Well, it needs refinement, right? You want to take a crack at that?
Yeah.
But I think, from my perspective, I think you could say something like you agree to the extension to 20 years. You agree to including the existing building in. And if the parking structure isn't completed in 5 years and the residential isn't completed in 10 years, that the developer owes back to you the portion of the taxes that the city would have received for the building for that first 10 years or something like that.
I don't think that's
fuzzy numbers.
I don't think we should do all of it. I think we should have like a set price, like 500,000 or something.
Well, I guess my thought when I was asked was, do you need to decide what the penalty is right now? Or because you can, and if that proposal is fine, you can go with it, you can come up, you can debate now until you come up with another proposal. Or you could pass a motion that says, the concept is we want there to be 5 and 10 year milestones with some kind of penalty. Come back to us with a proposal about what the penalty is as someone.
There's another possibility too that you might consider. Maybe you say at the end of 10 years, if those two requirements haven't been met, that the cap that we set at 37 million automatically falls to 30.
Oh, that's clean. That is clean.
So you, Dave, pulled back you withdrew your amended motion?
I just clarified as what Brian stated, because I think we need to massage this a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm not feeling comfortable doing this on the fly. I feel like you guys need to talk amongst yourselves about what you feel comfortable with. But if we pass a motion that says we want to look at potential consequences of as Brian was describing, of not meeting those milestones, we could do that at a later point when everyone's had some time to think it through and what the implications are. But I'd rather not hold up the actual approval or voting on the original motion. Wait, who made the original motion? You
Chris made the original motion.
Bill
Bill did.
No, actually,
I thought you did. Yeah, you didn't. You looked at me like.
Well,
So,
but to be clear, as a matter of procedure, the reason why we were calling this an amended motion is because Councilor Shipley's motion includes everything that the original motion stated,
but it stated that,
adds the piece about the milestones and the penalty.
So your amended motion is what Brian was saying, that we're gonna
Gotta come back with
some discussion of consequences of those milestones.
Second.
Okay, was there a second to begin with on the amended motion?
Yeah. No, not on the.
Yeah, but I changed it.
No, Caprice was the second on the amended motion. Then Dave amended it again, and Travis is the second?
Well, so typically what we would do is ask.
Hey, I'm sorry. We're trying to discuss this as a board, but there's a lot of chatter in the room and I almost can't hear folks. Can we focus on this conversation for a minute? Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Typically, the procedure would be to go back to the person who made the second and ask if the second still stands based on the way the motion has changed. And if not, then we could ask for a new second. So Catrice, do you want the second?
I am good seconding it. I really do want to get this done. Like, I don't want this to wait another month or two. Like, I want us to come back next time and be able to take a vote. How are we gonna specify?
Let's talk about that for just a second though, and just make sure that we're clear about the time frame, because, and Keith, let me know if anything has changed about this, but there are a whole bunch of different parties in this.
Yeah, it's all gonna take longer if we keep.
And the proposed time frame last time Keith and I talked was, once we got kind of a signal about what the council/governing board wanted, we were gonna come to the council, have the council approve the city portion, go out to all the other entities and pass their portion, so we knew they were the same, and then come back to the governing board to pass one resolution that approved every single agreement. So there's some, is that still the plan?
Right,
So
I
there's still,
understand.
so there's still some.
I just want to make sure we see this in
Yeah.
the next council. Well, I have control over that, I guess. Oh, no, I don't. She does.
Well, I guess what I hear you saying is you're okay with Dave's motion that you want feedback next meeting.
Yeah.
Just look at it next meeting.
Let's add next meeting on it.
That okay with people?
Yes, right, and am I correct that the next meeting, all we would be discussing is consequences of failure,
Right.
but we'd approve everything else right now.
Well,
Pending other
approved in the sense that you're giving the staff direction to put those things in the agreements that are still to be drafted and still to be approved. Okay.
Okay, so does the motion say that to your satisfaction?
Well, he carved it up.
Yeah.
The question is Chris having, do you mind if I restate the motion? Is that, would that work?
Yeah.
And you can tell me if it's below your motion. So my understanding is that Councilor Shipley has made an amended motion that amends Councilor McKay's original motion to add the 20-year period, include the new building, increase the cap, right? Increase the cap, and amended it by adding 2 milestones, 5 and 10 years for parking and housing, respectively.
We're talking about all the housing, not just the one building.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true.
That was
No.
not clarified.
Is that right? That's your intention?
No, I'd say one building.
Well, you're the motion maker. What was your intention? To the milestones.
I think 10 years, let's just make sure we got the 320 thing.
Yes.
Okay. So 5 years
Phase
for
one.
5 years for parking garage, 10 years for phase 1 housing, with a request that everybody come back with a proposal for what the penalties for missing those milestones would be by next meeting.
That's perfect.
So the motion was made by board member Shipley, it was seconded by board member McKay, and clarified by by Brian Jones. Thank you. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, then we will take a vote. Excellent. Board member Hanley,
Yes.
board member Fillmore,
Yes.
board member Shipley,
Yes.
board member McKay,
Yes.
board member Whipple,
Yes.
board member Vice Chair Hoban.
Yes.
And I, Chair Shannon, will vote yes. So that is what we needed to cover. Thanks everybody for your patience. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo work meeting by unanimous consent.
Recording stopped.
Quick indulgence. I wanted to introduce to you, Chris Butte. He joined our economic development team this last year. Chris worked for Midvale City for about 20 years. I've known him in over years, kind of working near local government, and happy to have him on board. He brings some both experience and knowledge, and hopefully, you know, we